Hello, welcome one and all. Those who are with us in the room at the La Villette site, and welcome to all those who logged on. I think we've had more than 1,000 names who registered. That means we have quite a crowd for this participative symposium organized by the French High Health Authority. The topic is Together for HTA in Europe. The head of HAS, Mrs. Guludec, will be the first speaker today. It's a participatory meeting because we think that you're going to participate. Well, we hope so, and you're going to send us questions. You can use the chat to do this, and you can use your email as well, and your cell phones in the room. Now, this event is organized under the aegis of the French chairmanship of the Council of the EU. Therefore, the official language is French. That's the rule when you chair the Council. Either you're going to be listening to the French or in English if you want to listen to the interpreters, and you can hear the French when the foreign speakers will be speaking in English. Now, back to the studio where we'd like to welcome the head of the European Commission, Mr. Riche, and Dominique Guludec, the head of the French HAS. Madam, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear heads of the HTA. Welcome to all of you. I'm very happy to welcome you here for this symposium today that Thierry has described quickly. The objective is to focus on HTA, the joint assessments made in Europe. It's an event that was organized under the chairmanship of the French presidency of the Council of the EU. And as you know, unfortunately, since we decided to organize the colloquium, a number of events have happened in Ukraine. So all of our thoughts go to the civilians and the populations exposed to war today. These tragic circumstances show us how necessary it is to have a united Europe. In a couple of minutes, Mr. 𝗴𝗏𝗵𝗴, our minister, the Minister of Health and Solidarity for France, will be inaugurating the symposium. We'll be talking about the main working streams in the field of health in France, showing that in Europe, France has intention to develop a health in the EU. So we'll be talking about HTA in the EU. As you probably know, this is a scientific evaluation which is indispensable, which will be the backbone for pricing and reimbursement of medical devices, medicines, and prescriptions. And this is what is done in the 27 member states of the EU. We are at a crossroads at present. The new European regulation on the evaluation of these technologies that's just been adopted in 2025 will change our practices radically. And since there will be an obligation upon the member states to conduct evaluation together within the framework of a new governance. This European system for cooperation in the field of HTA, to me, is something quite amazing. I think this is something unique in the world. All the HTA European agencies, including the French HAS, of course, will be impacted by this change of paradigm. Each year, we have approximately 800 evaluations per annum, and that means that there will be a number of hurdles on the way. But we're ready for that. We've been working on that for a couple of years, and we'll continue to work on those difficulties today. We've learned how to share our practices and to build the tools together and the guidelines that we have to follow. We'll continue to do this, and this will be explained today. This new regulation is the fruit of this cooperation. I think we can be proud of that. In 3 years in Europe, together we'll be assessing all the health technologies. This symposium, organized today, is the beginning of this new era. In order to better understand what's at stake, I'd like to welcome today a number of HTA heads from Europe, the EP and industrialists, patients, and academics, as well as those who represent the sector. I'd like to thank them for coming today. First, they'll describe the backdrop for cooperation in the field of HTA in Europe, that is on basis of voluntary cooperation that existed before, up to the new system that is enshrined in the new regulation. And then they'll be talking about the methodology that we'll use, which is a cornerstone for the success of a transparent European joint evaluation. These joint methods will be ensuring trust which is necessary so that we have trusted evaluations. And then they'll be talking about the role of HTA agencies in the field of innovation at a time of crisis. What are the lessons we've derived from the COVID crisis, which fits within the framework of the European regulation? It'll be with great pleasure that I will be with you again for the conclusions of this symposium with the heads of HTA agencies in Portugal and Sweden, and thus together we'll be representing 3 presidencies or chairmanships of the Council of the EU, past, present and future, and 3 new active members of the new HTA heads. The head of agency groups, HAG. I wish you a very pleasant symposium, and I'll hand over to 𝗘𝘂𝗿𝗍𝗍, who's going to be our facilitator today. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before we hand over to Andrzej, you've mentioned the French Minister for Solidarity and Health, so we'll be listening to Olivier Véran, who will be talking about the evaluation in Europe, the challenges in Europe. Madam President of the French High Authority for Health, ladies and gentlemen of the European Commission, ladies and gentlemen of the European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for this initiative to organize this event on health technology evaluations or assessment in the EU. In my opinion, this theme is the continuation of several ministerial meetings organized by our presidency with a view to deepening the health union. I'm thinking in particular of the informal council that was held in Grenoble last month, which enabled us to lay the foundations for the public health union, that is, a projection of cooperation in health, well beyond the missions of preparation and response to health crises, such as the pandemic. We're experiencing an unprecedented situation with the war in Ukraine, and as Minister for Solidarity and Health, I obviously have a very special thought for the Ukrainian people. This crisis was unthinkable a few weeks ago. It must not lead to discouragement, nor should it distract us from the important issues that can structure the future of the EU. I believe that the Union's strategic autonomy in health products is one of such topics. The Union is at the forefront of health policies and health technologies, and provided that they are safe, effective, affordable, accessible in a timely manner, these health technologies offer concrete options for improving the quality of lives of patients and citizens. Our collective response to COVID-19 was the most telling proof of this, because beyond the crisis, the establishment of a common assessment of health technologies constitutes a powerful lever offered to member states to guarantee everyone equitable access to health technologies that will meet these 4 criteria. After more than 20 years of cooperation, the so-called HTA regulation, which came into force at the beginning of the year, provides us with this permanent framework for joint work, replacing the system that was based on the voluntary network of national assessment authorities. The transitional period that is currently underway for its effective implementation should encourage the adaptation of national procedures to enhance this common European framework, the scope of which is very broad. Enhancing, what does that mean? It means achieving together the highest degree of quality, transparency and independence in the assessment of health technologies. With the HTA regulation, we have a key element of our European pharmaceutical strategy, which is totally dedicated to promoting innovation for the benefit of patients. Ladies and gentlemen, health technology assessment is a subject that is too often ignored by the general public. I, for one, have always always considered it is essential. And I hope that your work today in Europe with representatives of the EC and the EP and national and European agencies, as well as industrialists, scientists, patients, who are at the focus of it all, well, I hope that this work will help facilitate the rapid implementation of the European regulation. This framework is a necessary step forward in strengthening health union. This was unanimously underlined by the 27 member states at the PFEU Ministerial Conference on the 28th of February, which I requested on EU policy on innovation and care pathways in the fields of rare diseases. What field illustrates so well what can be done to facilitate patient access in all member states to innovative diagnostic and therapeutic tools that we've developed and evaluated together. So for all of these reasons, I wish you a very good conference and a successful cooperation, and I'd like to thank you for your attention.
La question, l'enjeu, l'objectif, c'est
So,
donc la
the
mise en
objective
œuvre de
today
ce
is
règlement,
to
nouveau
enforce
règlement
the
d'évaluation
regulation, the
HTA
new
européen. Alors,
HTA
quelle est l'ambition
European
de la
regulation.
Commission européenne? Quels
What
sont ses
about the European
projets?
Commission?
Quel est son
What do
agenda?
they intend to do? What is their
Monsieur le
agenda?
directeur des systèmes et produits de
We
santé à la
have,
Direction-Générale Santé et
The
Sécurité
Director of
Alimentaire
Health Systems,
de la
Medical
Commission
Products and
européenne.
Innovation,
Andrzej,
Directorate-General
c'est à vous
for Health and
d'ouvrir à
Food
nouveau,
Safety,
cette
Mr.
journée en
𝗖𝗍.
répondant peut-être, en
Now you're the
évoquant
next
ces
speaker.
sujets, en
Can you
répondant à
perhaps
ces questions.
talk
Je vous en prie.
about these topics and answer these questions? Thank you very much,
Madame President,
Mr. Minister.
ladies and
Chair.
gentlemen, colleagues and friends. You know, let me also start from this important statement that we are united with Ukraine, and we, as Europe, we are united. I think we also, as globally, we are united with the country, with people of these countries, with patients, with the professional network organization, and I think this cooperation we are having in HTA since a number of years is showing that when we do things together, we can get to our objectives. So I really would like to also pass the message that this response to this current crisis, which is the biggest humanistic crisis after the Second World War, should be also done together. So we'll continue working on this. Paris is the next milestone in this historical development. As already Dominique said, you know, we passed the next milestone. We started in other magic city, Rome, with a strategic agenda more than 8 years ago. Now we are in Paris, other magic city, and I hope it will be continue of this important development. So we are starting the new journey, but this journey also was started for us with COVID pandemic in other term, because the COVID pandemic showed that health security framework is not ready for the crisis this nature, and it was like our Commission President, Madame Ursula von der Leyen, call to creation of the truly European Health Union. It was November 2022 when we put a forward proposal to organize better our response as a member states and the Commission to the crises of health natures, but also introduce number of measures to prepare and better respond to the crises. One of those was also creating the new mandate for European Medicines Agency, for ECDC, but also creation of the new body, which is called Health Emergency Preparedness Response Authority, HERA, which is strengthening access of availability of medical countermeasures to help them access to the patients and health professionals when crises arrive. As I said, the regulations and the package, we also reinforce European Medicines Agency role in crisis preparedness and management of the medical products and medical devices. And finally, this mandate was adopted just recently and started to be applicable from 1st of March 2022. It puts structure to basically prepare and also organize number of tasks performed by the agencies in this new mandate. As a part of mandate, we got the task of monitoring and reporting medical shortages, coordinate the countries on shortages on critical medical devices and vitro diagnostics occurring during crisis situation, but also given EMA the responsibility to coordinate the EU expert panel, providing advice to member states and also notify bodies concerning high-risk medical devices and in vitro diagnostic medical devices. This, I think, is an important step because it's also creating a kind of new network of expertise around European medicine agencies. There's almost 300 experts qualified and selected from the quite big pool of interest talents. In addition, the experience with COVID and the way we are able to assess new medicines, especially new vaccines, show that the system is working, is effective. But of course, it's important also that we can support this system with real evidence by creation of the pan-European system of data gathering, which is known like Darwin EU, which is the component of the future European health data space. This other important regulation, which is in preparedness. And this regulation will help us to better organize the sharing of health data across Europe in different types of health data, in the purpose of research, policy making, HTA, but also assessment of existing medicines, and basically help us with the support, with the decision-making process, but also with the R&D agenda by industry and researchers. One of key block of the European Health Union is also EU for Health program. The program includes many actions to address the short-term consequences of COVID-19, but also long-term initiatives like improving public health and health systems, but also initiatives of European Beating Cancer Plan and support for the pharmaceutical strategy for Europe. This includes, a number of financial support instruments, but also support for the implementation of the HTA, newly established network. We believe this is, as already said by Madam President, the challenge ahead of us. But again, this also is coming from a number of existing cooperation in the area of joint clinical assessment, but also horizon scanning, which is developed simultaneously by a number of agencies together. The title of this meeting is inspiring us for thinking the future and build on 2 decades of our cooperation, so 20 years of our cooperation, but of course looking for the next, especially 3 years, to prepare for the next moment of implementation of these regulations. So I believe this will be possible because of the experience in cooperation, but also vision and hard work. And as we know, resources are scarce, but at the same time, agenda is quite ambitious. So we have to think now how to create new structures. We just signed, invite you to, members are invited to send representatives to the coordination group, which is the first important body in the HTA regulation we should create. We are still waiting for the nominations by 25th of March, and simultaneously we are preparing also launch for the expression of interest for the stakeholders network. The first meeting of the group, coordination group, is scheduled in June 2022. So building up is ahead of us. So I would like to wish us for this meeting to bring new ideas, still new ideas, because any idea, good idea, should not be missed, but also think in the spirit of coordination and united Europe. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Directeur. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Vous allez rejoindre la
very
salle
much
si
so.
vous voulez bien. Vous avez parlé
Madam.
d'aiguillon
Now,
à propos de cette nécessité de mettre en place
said
ce
that
règlement
it is
européen. Vous avez
necessary
évoqué
to
aussi
roll
la
out the
stratégie
European regulation. You've
pharmaceutique.
talked about
C'est pas passé
pharmaceutical
inaperçu,
strategy
vous-même,
as well.
européenne. Le
And
ministre Olivier Véran en a
we've
parlé
noticed that,
il y a quelques
and
instants, et vous
Mr.
avez
Véran
insisté
mentioned
sur
that
cette
as well.
dimension, évidemment.
And you
Ensemble,
insisted
nous pouvons
as
faire
well on the fact
beaucoup
that
de
we
choses.
have
Alors,
to do things
on vous retrouvera
together.
tous les deux en fin
You will
d'après-midi à
come
la fin de
back
ce
at
colloque
the end of
pour
the day, at
la
the end of
partie
our symposium,
conclusive. Nous accueillons
so that we
maintenant
can
une
conclude.
membre
Now
du
we'd
collège
like
de
to
la
welcome
HAS
a member of the French
Valérie
HAS, Valérie
bonjour,
Paris.
vous êtes présidente de la commission
Hello.
d'évaluation
You
économique et de santé
are
publique
the chair or head of the
de
Economic and Public Health
santé.
Committee
20
of
ans
the
de
French
recul, nous disait à
HAS.
l'instant,
We
Valérie,
have
son
a
histoire,
20-year experience,
l'histoire
as
de la
Mr.
démarche
Ries said.
HTA,
Now,
le contexte,
the development of
vous allez
the
nous poser, nous
HTA
rappeler
is something very
peut-être,
important.
ces
The
éléments de
backdrop,
contexte
maybe
avant
that's
que
what
nous
you're going to
puissions
explain
démarrer le travail sur les
before
principes,
we get
peut-être le débat
started
sur les principes
and before we
des agences
debate
dans la session
the role of the
Valérie Paris,
agencies.
je vous en prie.
Valérie
Tout à
Paris,
fait.
the floor is
Je
yours.
remercie la Haute Autorité en effet de m'avoir confié
Yes, thank you. I'd
ce
like
rôle
to
en tant que
thank
présidente de la Commission
the authority
d'évaluation
for
économique et de
giving
santé
me
publique
this role
de
of
resituer cette coopération
putting back cooperation into
dans un
the
contexte plus global
context,
et aussi dans un contexte économique.
a more general context, and also
La conférence
the economic
aujourd'hui sera
context.
consacrée à
This whole
développer,
day
à
will be
rappeler les attentes des
dedicated to
acteurs, souligner les défis, les opportunités
listing
de
the
cette
expectations
évaluation,
of
cette coopération
stakeholders, to challenge
sur
the opportunities of
clinique.
cooperation
Et donc
on
je ne vais pas
clinical
revenir
assessment.
à ces
So I'm
sujets-là.
not
Et je
going
vais
to go
plutôt
back to
concentrer
that.
mon propos sur
What I
3
would like
thèmes.
to
Le
focus on
premier, c'est
is
celui de
3
l'accès aux
topics.
médicaments dans
First
les
of all,
pays européens.
access to medication in European
Le
countries.
second, c'est le rôle
Second
de
of all,
l'évaluation
the role
économique
of
dans les
economic
processus nationaux.
assessment
Et le
in the
troisième,
national
c'est
processes. And
le
third of
troisième,
all,
j'aimerais souligner l'opportunité
I would
que
like to
donne cette
underline
évaluation,
the
cette
opportunity that this
sur
cooperation in
l'évaluation
the area of
clinique
assessment gives us
d'influencer les
to
innovations à venir.
influence future
Alors d'abord,
innovations.
cette coopération sur
Cooperation
l'évaluation clinique
on clinical
va permettre
assessment
de dégager un
will
consensus
make
sur le
it
bénéfice
possible
clinique
to
d'un produit
identify
et
a
elle constitue
consensus on
vraiment
the clinical
une
benefits of a
avancée
product.
très
And
importante.
it is really a major
Sans paraître
improvement.
négatif,
I
j'aimerais
don't want to sound negative,
malgré
but
tout rappeler qu'en
I would
termes
nevertheless
d'accès
like to
aux
remind
médicaments,
you that
elle
in
ne
terms of
suffira pas
access to
à elle
medication,
seule de
it will
régler
not
tous
be
les
sufficient.
défis dans
It
l'accès aux
will not
médicaments
solve
rencontrent
all
les pays
challenges for
européens.
access to
La
drugs in
situation
European
actuelle,
countries.
qui a été objectivée
The
par de
current
nombreuses
situation
études,
that was
c'est
described
celle
by
d'une
many
grande
studies
inégalité
is
d'accès
that where
dans les
access is
traitements.
very
À
unequal
titre d'exemple, dans
in the
une
treatment in Europe.
étude
For example,
publiée par l'OCDE en
a study was
2020, qui avait
published by
été
OECD
soutenue d'ailleurs
in
par la
2020,
Commission européenne,
and it received the support
on
of
avait
the
évalué
European
la prise en
Commission, and
charge
we
de
assessed
109 produits
the
et
management
indications dans 5
of
types de cancers.
109 products and indications
Sur
in 5
l'ensemble de
types of
ces
cancers.
produits et indications,
All those products and indications,
90% étaient disponibles
out
dans
of
les
all those
pays
products,
les mieux
90%
dotés
were
et
available
moins
in
de
the countries
50%
where
dans
people
les
had the
pays
best
les moins
access,
bien
and less
dotés.
than 50% of those
Évidemment,
drugs were
quand
available in the countries where
si
the
on
fewest
limitait
people
les
had access to the
observations
medication. So
aux
if we
sous-ensembles
were
de
to
ces
limit
produits et
our observations
indications
to
qui
the
étaient inscrits
subgroups
sur
of
la
these
liste
products and
des
indications
médicaments
that were
essentiels de
listed
l'OMS,
on the list of WHO
on était
essential
sur
drugs,
une
we
disponibilité plus
would
homogène.
have a more consistent availability,
Interpréter
of
toutes ces
course.
données
But
suppose de
interpreting
comprendre
all this
exactement
data
quels sont les
means that
bénéfices
we need to
apportés par ces
understand
traitements,
the benefits
en
provided by
particulier
the
pour les
treatments,
patients.
in
Et
particular
en
for
ça,
patients.
l'évaluation clinique
And
conjointe
the
sera
joint
vraiment,
clinical
un
assessment
apport
for
d'information,
that
très
will
intéressant.
provide very
Sur
interesting
les produits les
information.
plus récents qu'on avait
Now,
observés
about the
aussi à
most
l'époque
recent
pour
products, which we also observed at the time,
la
we're still looking at
disparité dans la
cancer treatment here,
disponibilité était encore plus
there was
frappante.
a greater disparity in availability of drugs.
90%
It was about 90% availability in some countries and less than 10% in some other
Et d'autres
European
études ont
countries.
aussi montré que les disparités
Other
d'accès
studies
aux
also showed
médicaments
that there was a
orphelins
great
étaient
disparity of
aussi
access
très
for
importantes,
orphan
bien
drugs,
que le développement de ces médicaments
even
soit
though
soutenu par des
the
actions
development of such drugs was supported by
Ces
many
disparités ont de
European
multiples causes.
actions.
Les délais
The
de
disparity
disponibilité
comes from
et de
many
prise en charge
causes.
s'expliquent
First
en
of all,
partie par les stratégies
it's
de
partly
lancement
based
séquentiel des
on
laboratoires
the
qui choisissent de
phased
lancer d'abord leurs
launches of the
dans
pharmaceutical
sur les
labs. They
marchés
decide
les
to launch
plus,
their products first
les
on
plus
the
prometteurs
markets,
pour eux,
which will
mais
be
ils sont aussi
the
expliqués par
most
les délais de
promising
traitement des
for them.
dossiers et le temps
But
des
there is also also the time it takes to process the files and differences among the authorities. And In this respect, joint assessment and cooperation will enable us to give all stakeholders the same transparent information as to the benefits provided by the product, and this might very well influence the decision-making process in all countries. But objectively, European Union countries do not all have the same resources. You know, the GDP varies within a ratio of 1 to 5, and the share of resources allocated to health by those countries is based on political arbitrations, of course, and it varies greatly from one country to the next. So the capacity to pay and the cost of developing new technologies vary from one country to the next. So companies are very much aware of that, and they are very much willing to adapt their pricing to the national resources. Very often what they do is what we call confidential discounts based on a facial price, which seems to be the same for all. I have already mentioned that this lack of transparency is damageable to most stakeholders, but it's very difficult to find the solutions to come out of this situation. Now, if we want to stick to assessment, I'd like to underline the fact that the lack of transparency on the price of medication, which is today on the market, is damageable to the economic assessment of current and future products, and also to the capacity of pharmaceutical labs to come up with interesting and affordable prices in some countries. The second thing I'd like to tell you about is the role of economic assessment in the decision-making process. You might think, of course, that I'm pleading for my own office and agency, but, you know, the economic assessment of health technology, I must say, was kept apart from the joint technology assessment, because health technology assessment in its current form began in the beginning of the 1970s in the US. And right from the beginning, there was a medical and economic dimension to it, because the idea was to assess the cost of opportunity of very costly diagnostic strategies, very costly for the public sickness insurance system. But actually, the assessment did not work in the United States for a certain number of reasons, but it became part and parcel of the decision-making processes in many other countries, especially in Europe, to take care, to make the decision about reimbursement, for example. It was promoted by international organizations that were involved in health and by assessment agencies. Medication is also one of the preferred targets of health technology assessment. The clinical component of assessment, as I said, is key, because it allows you to compare a new technology with the existing standards and to identify what it contributes. And it's this component that European countries have decided to carry out together. And in terms of economic assessment, it's a little bit different, because the care standards are different, but because the medical services also are very different in all European countries. So it's hard to think that this assessment could be conducted jointly. So it means that each country will be responsible to define the products that it will target for the evaluation, the assessment, and they will also have to define the role of assessment in their own systems. However, when the data is available, and when the assessment is done properly, it makes it easy to measure how much additional resources would be necessary to provide additional benefits, especially if you're looking at treatments whose benefits should run on a certain number of years. The potential savings will also run on a longer time scale than just the current year. And they make it possible to objectify and to quantify all the objectives and all the benefits, in particular for new technologies, which sometimes require massive investment when they are put on the market. In that case, this can really prove the benefits of the technologies in question. And assessment also enables us to assess the cost of opportunity of a new technology giving the decision makers the possibility to justify their capacity or willingness to pay for the new technology in question. And then I'd like to insist on the opportunities that a joint clinical assessment offers to guide the health care technologies in the countries and the types of innovation to favor. European Union accounts for about 20% of global drug sales, and it's about 25% of the global sales of medical devices. So it's a market which comes second right after the US, which is still #1 in the world. So this order of magnitude confirms that the decisions that will be made by European countries in terms of prices and reimbursement have a great potential to influence innovations for the future. So far, the requirements and the conclusions of national assessments were not always consistent because they forced companies to comply to different standards depending on the country that they were in, and also the assessment results were even more unpredictable for pharmaceutical companies, and this is something that the industry doesn't like. They don't like when things cannot be predicted in advance. Joint assessment gives the opportunity to send consistent signals to the pharmaceutical industry in terms of the level of evidence that will be considered acceptable and also on the clinical results that will be considered relevant. So harmonizing assessment standards might encourage the promoters of new technology to organize the development of their products in order to meet the new requirements and to provide the required level of evidence which is defined clearly in order to contribute the best benefits to the patients. Harmonization is also very important because the evolution of health technologies is facing products which are authorized in the framework of fast-track procedures, and so the level of uncertainty is quite high in terms of the expected benefits. Plus, the pace of technological assessment seems to have increased. A lot of very innovative therapies are coming on to the market right now, and the idea of working together on technological monitoring at the level of Europe, because these innovations are global, seems to be paramount if we want to try to anticipate and to think ahead the challenges for the future in terms of cost of opportunity. This is why all European countries have decided to come together and to cooperate, and I think that this is really a good idea. And now the national assessment agencies will have to implement such cooperation, and I'm sure that all these topics will be addressed during the day, and I'm very pleased that I'm attending this conference, and I can't wait to hear what all speakers will have to say. Well, thank you. This was very clear, very informative. You told us about the virtues of this process. If you can do this, clinical assessment, as you said, because this is what we're talking about, joint clinical assessment with better equality of access, better predictability, as you said, for the industry. And even if economic assessment cannot converge, well, it's still there in the background, as you said. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opening on the substance. We're going to listen to a quick jingle, and then we'll move on to our first session. Right. So you understand that step by step we are going to get into the vision of principles and methods that will be implemented by all stakeholders. And of course, this includes agencies. As I said, this new regulation imposes a certain level of evolution. The work done by UNETA has been the inspiration for this regulation, so it's co-construction. So the patients also should be included. I did not mention patients so much, but patients and agencies are involved. Now, if you're watching us from your home or if you're in the room, I would like to remind you that you can use the chat forum, and you can ask questions to the speakers. And we now have Flora Giorgio. Good morning. You are the Deputy Head of Unit B6, Medical Devices and HTA at Directorate-General for Health and Food Safety, DG Santé at the European Commission. Marcus Guardian, good morning. You are the Chief Operating Officer, Coordinator of the European Network for Health Technology Assessment and UNET HTA. François Houillet, you are here to represent patients. You are the Information and Access Director, and you're at 𝗴𝗲𝗰. 𝗴𝗲𝗰 is the network that conveys the voice of patients with rare diseases in Europe. And then to represent the industry, we have Ansgar Hebborn. You are chair of the HTA working group at the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Association, 𝗴𝗏𝗶𝗴, which is based in Brussels. Thank you, madam, thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Now you will each have 5 minutes, and if you please, and then I will ask you a few questions, and then we will maybe, if we have time, go into a roundtable discussion with questions from the audience. But let's start with a video by Tiemo Wölken, member of the European Parliament. He's going to tell us all about the importance of cooperation, especially in the context of the pandemic. For Tiemo Wölken, this is one additional step towards a true health union.
stakeholders, especially organizations representing patients, healthcare professionals and consumers, is another achievement I really believe was necessary. We have a more ambitious timeline, so that the regulation will already be fully applicable after 5 years and not only after 8 years as proposed by the Council, excluding the 3 years transitional period. A joint approach to HTA has advantages. It has the advantage of being able to use the expertise of all member states. This is particularly helpful when we need specialists in the area of niche products. In addition, cooperation at the EU level will lead to significantly greater efficiency. Individual countries will be able to make better use of scarce resources, focus on the issues that are important to their country, and at the same time use the data collected at EU level. Consequently, the cooperation will provide timely results and consistency with high quality. And I would like to emphasize that with this regulation, innovative health technologies will be available to patients in a timely manner. A big step forward for the accessibility of new health technologies will have access to the same data and the same joint clinical evaluation at the same time. Final evaluation of the joint clinical reports and their integration into the national HTA process, as well as pricing and reimbursement, will, of course, remain with the member states. The regulation will continue to dramatically reduce the application of clinical assessments, ensure sustainable collaboration on HTA, and provide us with a framework to better address health issues such as rare diseases, personal medicines, and orphan drugs. Ultimately, a European approach to joint clinical evaluations will not only combine national strength, but also provide companies with a predictable and harmonized evaluation process at the EU level. At the same time, it is a milestone to ensure fair, affordable, and transparent access to medicines for all Europeans. Lastly, and before I conclude, I want to take the opportunity to underline that it is now up to the stakeholders to proactively participate in the new system. It is now of utmost importance that the coordination of this new system, which is in the hands of the European Commission, is established as a robust mechanism. The Secretariat that needs to be established by the Commission should therefore be centrally located. For example, in an existing agency or in a new agency, so that on the one hand there are sufficient human resources, and this is crucial, and on the other hand there is no ambiguity about who is responsible for the process. We need to get this right. The future Secretariat will be the backbone of the EU HTA, and it needs to be equipped with the appropriate resources and experts at an early stage so that the first products can be evaluated without complications from January 2025. With this, I want to thank again for the opportunity to send you this message and wish you a good session. Take care.
There we are. We take care. Now, you will react to this, I suppose, the four of you. What about your roles, your respective roles, so as to enforce this EU regulation? That's the first question we'd like to ask you. We can use the expertise of member states. First, we'll listen to Flora Giorgio, the role of the Commission in this respect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam. Thank you for presenting the regulation. I'll be speaking English. I'm not that fluent in French. And I think we are at the crossroads, a turnaround point, as the President has said, or the Chair has said. This regulation will help us have one health union.
Is actually for the better, we expect. And we also hope and we expect this regulation to also contribute to one of the challenges, so some of the challenge that Madame Paris has just outlined in terms of access, in terms of how to ensure a more equitable access to innovative technology throughout Europe. Maybe we can put the slides on, and here they are. Sorry, I went too fast because I don't see. Okay, so let's outline the key principle. As it was already said, the joint work in this regulation really focus on scientific and technical elements of the clinical evaluation, and this is obviously for good reasons. It's regulated in the treaty that those other elements of the HTA process are actually within member states' responsibility. And as Madame Paris also said earlier, for good reason, for the diversity also of the starting point of different member states. So the joint work is really on the clinical elements of the HTA process. So even though we have a regulation on HTA, it's actually one part of the HTA process. Joint work is driven by member states. That was an important message we had to stress, and we were reminded throughout the negotiation process. That's clear. The ones who are actually performing this assessment will be the national agency, the expert, and the bodies that we, as Andrzej said earlier, we have just asked member states to appoint. So will be HAS and colleagues and INFARMED and other agencies to actually carry on the scientific work. It's not a far-away body in Brussels that will actually do the scientific assessment. The regulation also has, and I have to say, has also been strengthened throughout the co-legislative process in relation to ensuring that provision ensure high quality, timeliness, and transparency, as Tiemo has just underlined again. And that's an important element, because there is a bit sometimes this fear that when you do things together, you may compromise on quality, on transparency. And I think in this regulation, all effort have been made to actually go against this somehow perception, because that's where the starting point was. And I think in the long and challenging co-decision process, those elements have been significantly strengthened. Then another important point is the use of this work in national processes. And again, this has been outlined also earlier. It is essential that what's done jointly is actually reflected in national activities, and the new regulation really foreseen a number of concrete action, like annex the joint clinical assessment to the national HTA reports, report to the Commission and actually to the other agency how this report have been used in the national process. The Commission has also some obligation report on a regular basis on the added value of this joint work. And those are important elements, because as it was said, there has been a long-lasting cooperation on HTA, but this has probably been one of the weak points of this cooperation, how the joint work has been reflected in national activities. And I think the regulation really brings us to a next step. Then I go back to the initial point, the role of member states. Obviously, the joint clinical assessment are important element for the decision-making process in the pricing and reimbursement and access decision, but it's actually the member states that obviously remain responsible for the decision. And while, as Madame Paris said earlier, there is a wide disparity in access, and maybe some of the element is also the marketing strategy of the access strategy of the companies, that is not directly affected by the regulation. We believe that this regulation will help also to guide industries to actually invest and maybe change and modify these strategies, because the system, we believe, would give more predictability, would give us, as it was said earlier, more consistency of this assessment, and we expect this also to influence this access strategy from companies, and also the negotiation process and all the subsequent steps that will need to be put in place at national level. The access to and the involvement of stakeholders in the joint assessment has been already mentioned by Tiemo, and it's also another important added value and an important new element of the regulation. We have included in the proposal and has been further strengthened, and we have done it based on the good practice of what is happening in Europe and the world. So we have tried in all elements in this regulation to really rely on what is done at national level and put it in the, let's say, in the joint work. And then a last but not a least point, and particularly important, this has been particularly important for France, is the progressive implementation of this regulation. So we will start in the medicines area with cancer drugs, where indeed also the disparity of access unfortunately appear to be highest. And that's an important element, and because of that, but also because it's important that we focus the cooperation on a first set of products, and that's where the co-legislator decide to go on and with a starting point. And then on medical device, there is a slightly different approach, but I'm happy to develop that further in the discussion. in terms of how it works, and let me just leave you these slides for a visual, let's say, help. The work will be, the main governance body will be the coordination group, and there will be a different strand of activities, and the Commission here will give a supporting role in terms of IT, administrative and technical secretariat. And that's what we are actually putting in place now. That's what we are working on, and that's where we will, what will keep us busy, us being all of us, I mean, in terms of Commission, initiating certain process, national agency that will need to, to appoint the expert, the bodies which will be sitting in the coordination group, and will be sitting in the different subgroups. These activities, we have just sent the invitation letter, and we expect the committee, the body, the coordination group to start in June. We are also, as Andrzej said, launching a call for the stakeholder network, where we have stakeholder authorities to stakeholder representative. And last, but definitely not least, we are working on drafting, implementing a delegated acts and guidance document, and I'm sure Marcus will say more about how the UNETA 21 is contributing to this. So I'll leave it here, and I'm happy to answer any question on more detailed next step, but that's just to give you a bit of a snapshot or what to expect in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Aperçu très clair. Merci.
Very clear presentation. Thank you very much, Madam Giorgio. I have two questions to ask you, if I may. You have said that the choice was to focus on drugs against cancer, medicines against cancer. Now, what about medical devices then? How will they be addressed? This is a different type of approach, I suppose.
In fact, switch to English again. In fact, on medicines, indeed, cancer and innovative drugs. For medical device, the approach is slightly different because we have identified in the regulation a kind of outer scope. So all high-risk class medical devices are subject to could be subject to joint clinical assessment, and out of those, the ones that have been subject to an expert panel opinion will be the ones that the coordination group may decide to start on. And actually, in the medical device area, there is no, how can I say, progressive implementation, in the sense that, in theory, as of January 2025, the coordination group may decide to start also joint assessment on devices at the same time. So we don't have the same, let's say, progressive in terms of identify a certain type of device, but will be really up to the coordination group to identify and to start the work. So that's the slight different. Another important element here, and you may have seen it in the slides that I showed earlier, there are these little bubble between under each activities, because it really underlined that every work will be done for medicinal product and medical device. We really want to preserve the specificity of the two sectors and not have, the same expert maybe dealing with pharma and device. The expertise required are different, and that will be an important element to reflect in the implementation.
Approche différente.
Different approaches, okay, but the expectations are more or less the same, I suppose, of course, in terms of quality and being demanding. Now, what about the role of the EC? Of course, the role will not change, but I suppose, how is their role changing? You're going to supervise the implementation of the regulation, I suppose.
This role of ensuring the smooth and timely implementation. So we are there to support and to facilitate the work of the agencies and the member states, which will be the main actor. So we are supporting there. We are launching the call. We will make sure that we have the tools and, as it was said earlier, the resources available, which is a common challenge, because indeed this new way of doing things together will require resources from our side, but also from everybody's side, from the national agency, from the stakeholders, and from all the key players that will be the key actor in this implementation.
Now, to conclude, perhaps, some word about conflicts of interests and transparency. That's dear to your heart.
This was another important element that came up during the negotiation of the regulation, and particularly relevant there to France. And I think there also the regulation is pretty explicit. There has been a specific article added from the initial proposal of the Commission, and requirements are rather very strict. And now we are in the process really of implementing how this will be done in practice. But I think the objective is to ensure and to maintain a high level of independence and transparency in the whole process. And that's really, again, an innovative element of this regulation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Giorgio. You will be back in a minute. Now I'll turn to Marcus Guardian. Now back to the work that's done by the network, the UNETA. And you've been working for many years. We'll hand over to you, Marcus.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks again for inviting us here. I think it's a fantastic opportunity to come together, and I'm happy to see also in the audience very familiar faces. So coming together in one place is new to us again, and I'm very happy to be here. UNETA was a very big laboratory, and I think it allowed us for a very long time, for more than a decade, to develop together and to test and to build. And I think that sort of is the the picture I want to work with here now. And unlike the previous speakers, I will not be too detailed in certain elements, but would like to focus a little bit on transformation processes, because I think if we look at what we've seen in the past, we've come a long way, and it's quite unique that we have reached this regulation, which is a legal document, but it is so much more. And I think Madam President earlier mentioned the significance of this, and I think it cannot be underestimated. So if you bear with me for a moment and sort of think in three larger categories, right? So we started with a very small voluntary collaboration between individual agencies that developed over time into a much broader network, including up to 80 agencies across Europe for a very long period in various configurations. And now this moved towards a solid legal framework. So you have a significant transformation on a legal basis, and this is a fundamental change and fundamental benefits, I think, that will come from that. At the same time, in that sort of collaborative approach, you saw a very significant transformation from insular, where individual agencies and member states were very much sort of focused on their own system, and of course trying to ensure that their system is the one that is not forgotten. And over many years, we learned that the systems are not that different, and that we actually have much more in common than that divides us, and we sort of learned over that. So from an insular approach to a consensus approach, which now in the final phase really comes to life, I think this is an extraordinary process, and it really allows us to reap benefits from collaboration that we have been conducting in the past decade. And the last one is what I sort of tried to open with, is the fact that it is a little bit of a lab, or was a lab, where we developed together and we tested, we piloted with partners in HTA, but also with partners in industry, specifically with patients together. And that allowed us to come to a point where now the testing is over, the piloting is over, and we're going to a stage where predictability hopefully will reign. And the regulation as a legal framework, the systemic change from isolation, from insular approach to consensus, and now the predictability and quality and consistency. I think these are three major transformations that we've seen that really allow us to look into a future that is best, hopefully, for patients, and will allow us, all actors in this field, to work together more efficiently and effectively. And I'm not sure how much time I've left, but just to sort of divulge a little bit into it, the 3 minutes. Okay, I'll be quick. The actual projects, and it is a several series of projects that we look at that UNETA is representing, is a cyclist approach where you always have a start and a beginning, and these very sort of closed projects have great advantages, but also bear risks to the extent that you have not as much predictability. You don't have the legal framework. And you have a lot of change on an organizational level, and partners in member states are not as engaged because there's an end to it. With the support, specifically also with the heads of agencies here today in the room, which I profoundly thank all, but also the ministries at work, the Commission, industry and patients all together have been working so hard towards this to bring the project cycle into something real, into a real legal framework, into something that now will become its own animal, so to speak, and we all together now have the chance to build this to new levels. And I'm very excited for that future, and I hope that we will continue to do that. And the fundamental reason we were able to do it is because, of course, also the human factor. The exchange between individuals over a long time, the ability to build trust and confidence into their abilities, into their willingness to collaborate, but also in the transparency of what we want to achieve together, but also individually. I think the openness that we have created in this process is one of the fundamental reasons why we're here today. And I would like to thank everyone for contributing. Thank you.
So you are very cautious by nature. We saw that some other time. Of course, I'm teasing you here, but I want to lead you to describe the challenges into a little bit more detail, because you say that this is a race. Why are you saying this? Because of course there's a deadline of 2025, but are you afraid that you won't be ready in 2025? Do you think that the dynamic of all 80 agencies will not be there by 2025?
I have no doubt about the commitment of any of the partners. I think we all have put so much on the table and have invested so much. I think everyone is here to commit and bring this and make this a success. In economic terms, it's sunken costs that we have produced, so now we have to also follow up with that. At the same time, I think previous speakers said there are significant challenges in resource allocation. So can we, on a member state level, on a union level, make the resources available to build the system up to a strength that will allow us to hit the ground running in 2025? I'm not saying we cannot do it, but I'm saying it will be a challenge, and we need everyone on board. And this is me making a little bit of a noise here. I have no doubts about it.
I would like to tell you and the four speakers what somebody said on the chat here. How are you going to ensure that the predictability of objectives, which you two mentioned, and Valérie Paris also, and of efficiency, increased efficiency, will be reached? You know, somebody says that the possibility for the member states to decide on a case-by-case basis on how they will want to use the assessments doesn't seem to foster predictability. I don't want to force you to answer this question now. Maybe it can be the topic for the discussion that we will have next. But I'd like to ask you, if you were to mention the main challenge of the project, what is it?
Only one.
Davantage, si vous le souhaitez aussi.
More if you want.
No, I think the main challenge at this point of time is that we ensure system preparedness for all actors that contribute to the system. And this is a highly complex approach. Within UNETA 21, which is the last iteration of the UNETA cycles, we are working together very strongly to ensure that all system elements are available for the implementation. At the same time, we need to ensure that not only the system is there, all the elements are there, but we also need to be able to use the system. That means that we as actors, HTA agencies, ministries, industry, patients, health professionals, that everyone knows what is coming their way and that everyone also understands what is expected from them and what are they willing to deliver. And I think this communication is something that we start now. In UNETA 21, we pride ourselves that we have public consultations. That means we really want to have as much input as possible from all actors into our deliverables. But even when UNETA 21 closes its doors in 2023, there will be still quite some work left for the coordination group and the members of that group. So therefore, it is even more important that we ensure roles and responsibilities are clear, expectations are clear, and timelines are kept.
Yes, communication starts today, actually. So I'm now going to look at the patients, and that's you, François Houillet. You are in charge of treatment information and access at 𝗀𝗏𝗍𝗧. Patient involvement in this evolution or evolutions. What do you see your role is in there? But before I answer, let me tell you that in case of a war, you always have a risk that the health systems will be disorganized. Bombs were dropped on hospitals in Ukraine yesterday. And so we are thinking of our members, associations, and patients and doctors in Ukraine. Some were able to find refuge in Europe. Governments have made a decision for them to have a regime very soon to ensure the continuity of healthcare. I also want to thank all the volunteers who go there and who send treatment and medical devices to Ukraine. Thank you for that. Now, the role of patients in HTA, well, I'm talking about rare diseases and others. Rare diseases are diseases which impact less than 1 person out of 2,000 in the European Union. So it would be maximum 210,000 people. But you know that on the 6,000 or 7,000 rare diseases that exist, 90% of them actually impact less than 5,000 people throughout the Union. In France, it's less than 5. So, of course, you understand that if you don't bring the experts together at the level of Europe, it's going to be very difficult to assess the most innovative technologies. So if you look at the time it takes to treat certain cancers, when you have to take cells from the immune system of a person, you arm them and you re-inject them in order for them to go inside and destroy the cancer. This is something that you could not even have dreamt of 20 years ago. Those treatments are there. And it's only if we bring together all the experts at European level that will be able to supply quality assessments to the people who need assessments in order to decide whether they're going to reimburse the treatment or not. Yes, that's what Valérie Paris told us about before. Things have to move fast. Yes. And also, patient associations are faced with the complexity of health technology assessment. You know, for medical products, you have to wait until the end of the clinical assessment and then the assessment by the European Medication Agency that will give you a market approval and the evaluation of healthcare technology. And of course, it's always too long when you're sick. And also, you have different policies in different countries. Apart from transparency, the question is, when will the assessment reports be available and used? In some countries, the drugs can be used immediately as soon as they receive market approval, and then the health technology assessment is conducted in the meantime, and then if there's a problem, we can then review the price. But in other countries, access to the technology is based on an assessment report, meaning that you have to wait for the assessment to have been completed, and it can take months or years. This is why there are discrepancies between European citizens in access to treatment, and that's when you have access to treatment. But the difference can be several years. In France, we have an early access by which 80% of innovative therapies can be made available very, very soon. But it's not the case everywhere. Transparency, simplifying processes, in all countries where we don't have health technology assessments carried out on a systematic and rational and scientific basis, that actually that depends on the work of other agencies in other countries. And so all these actors have to learn how to play together to conduct the assessments. Transparency is what is going to make it available for each patient association and healthcare professionals to know where, on which basis the decisions were made of reimbursing or not, and not just hearing somebody tell you, oh, this is a product that doesn't work, so I'm not going to reimburse it for you. So now we're going to have, all European citizens will have an objective, a document of reference to identify the data that is available and what the European experts think about that. And then we will be able to start a good discussion good discussion, meaning that transparency will depend on the capacity of patients' representatives to contribute to the assessments. On more than one count, you have scientific opinion, but for the assessments in themselves, for the patients to just be there and to just understand how the assessments are carried out, this is huge in order to make sure that the public will buy into the complex scientific process. Be there as witnesses, contribute to the assessment, contribute data, confront different interpretations of clinical trial results, doing this together with the assessing agencies, the industry, healthcare professionals, is very important for patients so that they can be sure that the assessment is as loyal as possible to what the technologies can bring. And EUNETA has demonstrated that we can now produce health technology assessment reports within 2 months of a market approval. So there is a great effort of developing synergies between those who give the market approval and the HTA agencies in order to make this process faster. Right. I understand you also plead for this increased transparency and convergence on the elements that make it possible to carry out the assessment. We will talk about methodology in our second session this afternoon, but you're talking about good discussion or good dialogue. Let me ask you what you mean by this. Well, first, it means that you need to take the time, when you invite patient representatives or patients to a process in a scientific discussion. For many of them, it's the first time that they're going to be involved in such a discussion. They don't know the scientific words. Whatever effort is made to train them, to prepare them, it's always new for them. So you have to understand that it's going to take a little bit of time to answer their questions beforehand and to make sure that they will follow the discussions. And before we do that, you have to identify the right people. And when you're looking at very specific diseases, rare diseases, and this is true for a medication and for medical devices, finding patients or patient representatives who will accept to come and have a discussion, to read documents in English, to attend a discussion in English, because it's very often the case. You have to prepare them, to familiarize them with the system and how it works. Many of us, even in their own countries, don't know how patient representatives can contribute to assessments. So a lot of information has to be conveyed. Support has to be provided for these people. It's very intimidating to be involved in an assessment study when you don't have any experience in that area. So they need support. They need to have summaries of everything that they will have to assess. And also patients can be a source of information. So you have to give them questionnaires or to organize focus groups in order for them to fuel the assessment. Of course, even when you volunteer to do that, it's very difficult to find your legitimate position. How do you prepare the associations for that? Well, there are several associations in Europe and in France which have organized training modules. You have e-learning modules, you have classroom trainings also, where you have people who have already attended assessments for medication or health technologies, and they go and meet people who have never done this before, and then they can have a discussion and they explain how to be prepared, how to organize a network, if you have to have a questionnaire or a survey, of course, to submit to the people. It takes time. Sometimes you have to work with academics, to use the best survey methods, because you cannot just ask questions bluntly like that. And we have to work also with EUNETA 21 to identify the modalities for patient representatives' participation. EUNETA has already tested that, and it's very interesting. They've done telephone interviews, for example, or direct participation of patient representatives into the meetings. In Austria, we know that they have focus groups. There are other methods which can correspond to different moments in the assessment process. We have to learn how to use these methods and how to adapt them for the people to feel that they are listened to. I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Marcus Guardian. If you had to summarize the main challenge that you are faced, or the main risk maybe that you see in that process. Well, let it be clear, there is absolutely no risk in including patient representatives in technology assessment. It's only benefits. And for everybody, of course, we're convinced of that. And it is actually proven every time a process is started, because the assessment experts are then able to verify that their working assumptions are right, that the questions that they ask themselves also happen to be the questions that patients ask themselves. So that's really important. Let's talk about challenges maybe, or obstacles. Well, that would be training, information, explaining to these people the whole new area of possibilities that it opens, working together throughout Europe with people from different cultures and different backgrounds, and because this can have an impact in the way you interpret results, for example. So explaining all these new possibilities and training the people, including them at a large scale. It will always be a failure if, for health technology assessment, you cannot identify patient representatives who could contribute to the scientific discussions. Of course, yes. Thank you, François Houillet. You will join us in the discussion afterwards, but I would like to turn to Ansgar Heborn now. Now, same question for you. What's the role of the pharmaceutical industry? Because, of course, your role is key right from the start, because that's where you are the ones actually who start innovation together with academics. But in this new evolution of European assessment, what are the benefits, and what do you think will be your role in that process?
Thank you, Thierry, and thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to present the pharmaceutical industry perspective here in this first session of today's important conference. And I think I echo the importance of this topic going forward. I think it's really, we appreciate to see that this topic is elevated to the level of a conference here under the French presidency. FBR welcomes the opportunities of the EU HTA regulation for the quality, for timelines, for efficiency of clinical HTA assessments to support decision-making and ultimately patient access across the EU. The EU HTA regulation is also the very first deliverable of the EU pharmaceutical strategy, which has declared objectives to foster patient access to innovative and affordable medicine, but also to support the competitiveness and the innovative capacity of the EU's pharmaceutical industry. We share these objectives. I think we are well aware of the statements here of Valérie Paris. There is more that needs to be done in order to ensure access than just HTA, but I think it can really make an important contribution. Advances in science, especially a better understanding of disease mechanisms, offer significant opportunities for the development of innovative medicines. In parallel, regulatory pathways have evolved to better reflect the specifics of disease, of the context in which drugs are developed, to ensure that patients can benefit as early as possible from these opportunities while maintaining high regulatory standards in terms of efficacy, safety, and quality. In light of these advances, and in light of the ambition of the EU pharmaceutical strategy, I think this emerging EU environment has to establish in a way that current and future patients can really benefit from innovative medicines in the most timely manner. EU HTA has to become a driver, a key driver of these opportunities. It cannot become an additional bottleneck for patient access. There are too many out there. Managing the 3-year transition period of the implementation is a shared responsibility for all of us, for the Commission, for member states, for HTA agencies, but also stakeholders like patients and industry. During the implementation phase, it will be critical that the experience, the insights, and the recommendations of all stakeholders, including industry, are heard and considered. Given industry's operational experience with the challenges in navigating HTA systems and access pathways in all EU member states, we can bring, and we bring, a unique inside perspective on how to ensure that this EU regulation can deliver against the objectives. Now, what does this mean more specifically and more concretely? Please let me highlight a few areas. And I think Markus highlighted earlier the need to adequately resource this environment. And the first challenge here is already we need sufficient joint scientific advice capacity to ensure that technology developers that seek advice on how to develop clinical development programs, how to design those programs to serve the needs of both, of regulators and HTA agencies, can have such access to this advice. And it needs the access now, in 2022 and in 2023, to prepare for the joint assessments of 2025 and beyond. Currently, we haven't really prepared for this, and I think this is certainly something that we should address. It needs a methodological framework that can reflect the specifics of new medicines and the context in which these are developed. It needs to be able to address situations when some data are not available. The regulation mentioned explicitly the use of real-world evidence. We need a balanced conflict of interest framework. Of course, it has to disclose, and conflicts of interest have to be disclosed. But at the same time, we need to make sure that the expertise and knowledge of patients, clinicians, and industry on disease context and evidence development can be reflected in the joint EU HTA work. It needs the recognition that companies or technology developers play a key role as contributors in various parts of the future assessment processes. This isn't well defined at this stage. And then most important to make this really successful is that member states need to create the conditions so that joint clinical assessments can effectively be used. And the use is happening in the countries, in decision-making, to ultimately avoid inefficient duplicative procedures or lengthy additional processes. I think we need to call member states here to introduce and prepare. It's nothing that the European Commission can do. It can only be the commitment of individual member states to ensure that this can be used. And finally, it needs systematic monitoring. I think progress in terms of the implementation and how this EU HTA regulation adds value has to be systematically and continuously be monitored. This has to happen right from the start with the implementation. Identified shortcomings here, they have to be addressed as early as possible, and not just years after this initial application of the regulation in 2025. Together, we need to make sure that joint EU HTA work is more than the sum of the currently fragmented national work with all its shortcomings. And I think there is an encouraging example. I think the EMA, although the roles of regulators and HTA are different, but the EMA system for more than 25 years shows that EU member states can very effectively collaborate on the basis of a single joint clinical assessment. So we show that this is possible. Europe shows this. It's a different purpose, but it's possible. And I think this should encourage us all to be ambitious in implementing this regulation.
Alors, ça va aller droit au cœur du représentant de l'agence européenne du médicament qui est avec nous, qui interviendra cet après-midi. On parlera, je vous l'ai dit,
something that's going to reach the heart of the head of the EMA. We'll be talking about methodology this afternoon as well. We'll have to monitor the regulation, perhaps adapt the regulation, but yet there's something that sounds like paradoxical in what you've described. That is, you've insisted on a fear. Everybody is very happy about the implementation for the enforcement of the regulation in 2025, and yet you're warning us. You're saying it would be paradoxical and that's your fear. Paradoxical if this were to slow down. You've used the image of a bottleneck, and is that really something that you fear? You've mentioned the example of the EMA, European Medicines Agency. The European experience is rather good. What do you fear then?
I think that the fear is really that we create an EU-level activity that by itself does not replace anything at national level, which means that you start at the European level and then start afterwards in a national setting to complement, to do additional work, which may have the risk to delay decisions. But there is the potential, I think I really want to make this clear, there is the potential to avoid this. And I think it can be avoided if member states send the right individuals, experts into the EU work right from the start, rather than to wait until something's coming out of the EU HTA environment that then has to be adjusted and fine-tuned further on. So adequate commitment from the start is important.
Right, so for you, what might be a difficulty is the quality of experts, really ahead of time, upstream, and the skills of these experts concerned. Now, what about the industrial groups? How are you prepared? A question we asked to the patients, but how are you getting ready for the enforcement of this regulation?
We have prepared, and quite a number of companies have prepared during the last 15 years for this. I personally was one of the very first industry stakeholders of EUNETA. Companies have piloted many products through joint assessments under a different name by then. We have made use and advanced the concept of joint scientific consultations. So there is a huge body of experience. Now, with the regulation, the whole thing becomes very serious. And companies prepare, they have their own work streams. We as industry have work streams to follow up and prepare to engage at the conceptual level while the system is implemented, but also to prepare our internal processes. We really will restructure our internal processes to address the opportunities of this regulation. And we've started.
Right. A few words about evidence that's required. Now, you've said the experts will be in charge, but could you perhaps shed light on this? Do you think we need to clarify evidence even more?
I think it needs clarified expectations, evidence expectations, but also the analytical standards that are used to deal with this evidence. In the regulatory system, I think this is where there's a lot of experience, a lot of resources dedicated to these consultations to ensure that industry and companies can address the requests. But I think we now need to develop these kind of resources at an EU level, so at an above country level, on the HTA side as well. And I think this is where there is this resource constraint. I think most countries have, of course, for good reason, focused on their national setting. Now we need to make sure that they allocate sufficient resources to this emerging EU environment.
Right. What I suggest we do. Madam Giorgio, would you like to react to what the different speakers have been talking about? And the question again is the question from the crowd or online. The question is that of predictability objectives and enhanced efficiency. It's an essential question, we think, that's been underscored a minute ago.
I think the key word here is preparedness, getting ready. And I think it was raised by everybody, getting ready from member states' side, because to adapt also your national process and procedure to take up and use this joint clinical assessment. I think that's a bit linked to the question from the audience, predictability. I think the fear is that, as Ansgar said, that you do all this nice joint work and then national authority continues business as usual. I think that's very unlikely. First, because there is a regulation, there are legal obligations, and there is an article that clearly states what are the commitment and the obligation of member states, which includes take the report in the national process, annex the report to the national HTA national report on how is it used. And I think we have, in this regulation, the Commission has a lot of reporting obligation towards the member states, towards the stakeholders, and those are all guarantees that this work will be used, and in our way, also a way to minimize this risk of the duplication and to decrease the predictability. I think this is all put in place to increase the predictability and ensure that what is done jointly is actually used. Another important element is the resources.
Pour vous, le risque,
to you, would you say that what you fear, the fear that we've expressed, is not valid?
It always depends, as Andrzej said, on the commitment for national authorities. Because obviously you could put in place, well, you can kind of try to play a bit the system if you want, but I think there is also another important point which has been raised, resources. Nobody today has resources to spare. Right. And I do not see the added value for a national agency that has already, I mean, HAS has 800 reports per year. Why would they redo something that they have driven? Because again, this is a member states-driven approach. Are the national agency doing that? So I think this concern is taken care, and we hope, and I mean, the commitment that the agency has put into this area is clearly indicating that we believe this is a risk, but a very minimized risk. And maybe if I can come back on another point that was raised, again on preparedness, getting ready that everybody is prepared, and including the stakeholders and the, getting the clinical expert, patient expert, because we ask a lot from clinical expert and patient expert. But I also wanted to raise that the Commission has also identified that, and we have provided some financial support to this preparatory phase. Andrzej mentioned earlier this EU for Health. We have a couple of calls where we provide financial support to support the stakeholder organization in really building a bit this expertise and this capacity which is necessary. We cannot ask to the stakeholders organization, to clinical individual expert to do their own work and to really contribute to the high quality, because this is why clinical and patient experts are involved in the joint work, because they can provide an additional high quality perspective. And so we have put financial means to prepare these activities from now until 2025, and obviously we are considering further. So I think those are important to consider.
Then back to the initial question, the fear I mentioned before, and I think you've answered that, Madam. My question is, what about the patients? Do you fear the same CARMs, the same do you share the same fears, with perhaps a lack of preparedness or a fear of overlaps and blocking points? Well, what's also very important is that the ramp-up will be very progressive. The enforcement will be very progressive. We'll start with cancer and advanced therapies, and then the orphan medicines, and then other classes of drugs. Do you think it's too slow? We will see. We shall see. Well, you can speak out. There's no taboo. There's something else we didn't mention before. Voluntary cooperation. That is, those who want to go faster, the member states who want to go faster, they can do this. Apart from oncology and innovative treatments, if we need to assess another product in other domains, it'll be possible. Well, in any case, things are changing so quickly that voluntary cooperation will lead to the setting up of a laboratory to test new things and to organize new forms of dialogue, since the methods are changing. And this will feed into the operating methods and the procedures for European cooperation. We have 1,000 followers at present, and there's someone who's asked a question. Could you tell us if the gene trials or genetic tests are covered in the scope? And Marcus, what would you say about this? What's your reaction about the question? That is, the fear expressed by someone of a possible blocking point, and perhaps the fact that ramp-up will be perhaps too slow.
2 years, my answer would have been very different. 2 years ago, I would have said it's far too slow, and we should be much faster with the scope and increase. But we have to be realistic and fair to all partners, to the extent that if we rush now too fast, we will not be ready with the quality we want. And I think this should always be our primal goal, to ensure that whatever we do it at highest standards. And giving us the time to do this together, inclusive with all stakeholders, allowing all stakeholders to be on board, prepared, and transparently discuss exactly that, these bottlenecks together, to ensure that everyone knows what's coming their way and that they have the resources to do so, is worth having a slower pace, to start with less wide range of products, but will allow us ultimately to have a robust, strong and long-lasting system for the benefit of all. And that, I think, needs to be here the focus.
Ansgar, vous avez noté, vous le savez, mais vous avez noté que même dans la discussion ici,
you've taken note of this, and in this conversation we're having, everybody's very much aware of the fear that you've expressed. Would you like to react to what's just been said? And I have another question about the patients themselves. The presence of patients, is that something that you use so that you better manage RWE and RWD and focus on the quality of life with the new medicines?
I wouldn't speak of fear. I think it's watch outs. These are watch outs that we have to watch out, and it's a number of those. And I think we should, while we have this huge effort now ahead of us to implement this, I think we need to watch out for these potential bottlenecks, challenges, resource constraints. And I think this is what we can do together. We shouldn't wait until 2025 to see what has happened. We should do this right from the start, and I think we can learn to live with these areas that we may call watch outs. Obviously, yes, involvement of patients throughout the development of medicines or other health technologies is of critical importance. Though a lot about what HTA is to understand what really matters to patients. In the end, this is the experience that should count. The impact is, in many instances, first of all, a patient impact, and we should understand, certainly in this process, the preferences of patients to all these aspects. I think it's important to involve patients to understand disease also in the HTA process itself. I think we need to be specific about what the role is of each participant in the process, where individuals can contribute. And yeah, I mentioned the conflict of interest. As a patient, you are always in a conflict of interest. You are looking for opportunities. As a manufacturer, you are, and also as a payer, you are potentially loaded with conflicts of interest. I think we need to be transparent about this, and that's why transparency is a key feature here of this process.
Alors, on en reparlera cet après-midi.
We'll be talking about this afternoon when we talk about the methodology. We've received a couple of questions online. One for you, Mrs. Giorgio, but first you, Marcus. How can we ensure consultation on the methodological consultations with the member states, which today are not in the UNETA 21?
That's an excellent question. Thank you very much for that.
I'm not asking, it's the people online.
To the people online. This is exactly one of the big issues that we identified in UNETA 21 very early on, and we felt that we must ensure that, especially on methodology, we have all European partners on board. So we very early on invited all HTA agencies that will directly or indirectly be impacted by the work of the HTA regulation to join us. And I'm absolutely ecstatic to tell you that in our last monthly round, where we discuss very thoroughly and very deeply all developments on that side, on methodology, we had a total of 67 representatives from across Europe. I think almost every member state was present but one. So even though they are not formally part of a consortium, they are all at the table and they all discuss. And that for us is a sign that we can really reach everyone. And for us, it's fundamentally important, because if they're not part of it, if not everyone agrees to the methodology, we cannot guarantee success later on. And therefore, we're very happy that everyone is on board.
So everybody's on board, and that probably means that those who are on board, and the biggest ones, have to comply with the regulation and the rules of the regulation. There's a question for you. What are the sanctions if the obligations are not met? For instance, the non-use of joint report. What about the sanctions?
Let's say, the normal sanction that, unfortunately, member states incur when there is no compliance with EU legislation. So, de facto infringement procedure could be launched by the Commission in case of evidence proof of non-compliance with the regulation. So that's you know, it's a pretty severe sanction, I would say. And maybe to come back on the question to Marcus, another important element when you say the inclusiveness and how all member states should be, you know, commented on the methodological work that now EUNETA 21 is really striving to do and ensure. We should also remember that EUNETA 21 is a tool that the Commission has put in place to prepare the implementation. I mean, the decision-making body that then will approve the methodology that EUNETA 21 will start and will give the starting point is the coordination group, where all member states are actually included and are invited to appoint experts. So EUNETA 21 is the key element, is the key preparatory phase to get the things ready. And then, and we are foreseeing also a very, you know, rolling timeline to make sure that deliverables agreed within the EUNETA 21 are then passed over to the coordination group, where there is a second round where everybody's there. We hope that the tough discussion happens before, so that we have a smooth and timely implementation in the coordination group, and the coordination group will de facto adopt or maybe fine-tune what EUNETA 21 has already extensively discussed within the agency and also with additional stakeholders. And this principle is really important to have in mind, because we got also quite some questions along this line. So it's important to clarify. Thanks.
Back to the medical devices, because the question has been asked again. So let me ask you all. Maybe you won't be able to answer any more specifically, but basically this person formulated it this way. The assessment for medical devices is very imprecise. What will happen concretely between now and 2025? What will be the priorities, especially for medical devices that have to do with digital information and artificial intelligence?
The medical device, we have defined an outer scope where these type of devices are actually included, or some of them, because it really will depend on how they are regulated in the regulatory framework for medical device, are high-risk classes, and out of those, the ones that have an expert panel opinion, this is the pool where the coordination group will decide. So it's actually the Commission doesn't have it's the coordination group we will decide. Those are important and we want to jointly assess. So it is a member states-driven approach. So it's a member state decision. It's likely that they will be selected because there is it's one of the criteria that are set out in the regulation, artificial intelligence and software devices. And it's also likely that, and it's clear, not rather than likely, that those are the future, and that's joint assessment would be important. So that's as much as we can say at this stage.
If we're going to talk about digital medical devices, it's because they move faster than the therapies that François Houillet was talking about. So what can you say about medical devices? Would you like to say something, Marcus or Anga?
I don't speak about medical devices, but pharmaceuticals. I think there the opportunity was that we have a single regulatory system in Europe. I think we have a synchronized time schedule for the regulatory assessment, and then downstream for HTA processes and pricing, reimbursement, access processes. They are largely in parallel. They are typically centralized national processes, and I think the environment with devices or with digital therapeutics or whatever the area is quite distinct. This makes it a specific topic.
Yes, obviously, but you represent the industry at large. So I just wanted to ask you the question, even though you mostly manufacture drugs.
Building
Marcus.
on what was said before, I think we fundamentally acknowledge substantial differences between processes that are relevant for pharmaceutical products and medical devices. And I think taking that into account and the fact that, as we said, we are at the start and the beginning of something very new, I think it's important to also allow us and all stakeholders to take this carefully into consideration and to ensure that in the next few years, together with especially the stakeholders in the medical device field, we can build that up. I understand the eagerness to know more, but it is literally a development process we're going through now. And I think the next 2-3 years will be divisive in sort of setting the stage. And we're looking forward to collaborating, of course, with stakeholders in the field, but also with the regulatory side of medical devices, which is significantly different from the EMA, for example.
Et on va conclure par une question
and I'm going to conclude with a question to François Houillet. The presence of patient representatives, will it make it better? Will it make it easier to take the quality of life into account? Yes, absolutely. And the impact of these technologies in the lives of people is also what needs to be kept in mind. What is the expected impact? What do people expect from a new technology? And does it actually work? You were talking about medical devices, connected objects. Well, of course, we need to act at the level of Europe. We also have safety issues with these connected devices. You know, a few years back, we had a discussion about what would happen if somebody could hack insulin pumps, for example, from a distance. You know, that could pose potential problems and threats, and we have to solve that. Medical devices are based on a new regulation for patients' associations, so we also have to get organized to be able to contribute as best as we can. And in terms of quality of life, in all our associations, we need to work with academics to define what quality of life exactly means and how you measure quality of life. It's not easy to measure, to develop a scale to measure quality of life for each disease. It's an area in which, on top of HTA, but simultaneously, we need to be involved in research projects to develop all the tools that we're going to need to measure quality of life. And we also need to have the tools to enable the patients themselves to say if their quality of life has been improved or not, and especially thanks to the new health technologies. Thank you, François Houillet. Thank you, Madam. Thank you to all of you for this very clear and straightforward debate. Thank you for the accuracy of your interventions. Thanks to all of you. We are right on time. I wanted to thank you people for sending questions and for listening. We are going to come back here at 1:50. For those of you who are in the room, we're coming back at 1:50. And for those of you who are watching us from home, you come back, please, at 2 o'clock. This is when we'll start our afternoon session, and we will wrap up around 4:15. If you're online, that's an important message for you. If you're online, you are going to receive a new connection link. It will be sent to you by email so that you can attend the afternoon sessions, and so you will have to log on again with the second link that will be sent to you. 1:50 in the room, 10 to 2, and 2 o'clock for the beginning of our discussions. I think all this morning's speakers deserve a big hand of applause. Thank you, and enjoy the lunch. Welcome back to Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie in Paris. We're back with you in the room, and you following us from home. Well, you did ask a few questions this morning, and we will also have time for questions this afternoon. You will see that we're going to talk about methodology and emergency situations with the lessons that we can draw from the COVID crisis. We will see how we can work together on HTA in Europe. And we are going to discuss new technologies in such situations. So Together for HTA, that's the title of our conference. We're going to start our second session dedicated to methods, and I will introduce our guests in a few minutes. You will see why I was hesitating before I introduced this conference, because now we're going to see how assessment agencies are going to cooperate in practical terms, how we are going to harmonize the working methods. Marcus Guardian this morning said that the challenge is to ensure a high level of quality for common assessment, but we already have a question on the chat that goes, how can we make sure that this new joint assessment is not going to be a reassessment of a CE marking or EMA or market approvals? So either we weren't clear this morning, or people have true expectations in terms of the method. So let's roll up our sleeves here and discuss the method. Keep on sending your questions, of course. Let me introduce the experts who are with us. We're going to have two pairs, actually. The first pair is going to tell us about the contribution of the UNETA 21 consortium, and then we will look at the stakes of HTA methods. In particular, we will hear from academics. Now we'll start with you, Stefan Lange. You are the Deputy Director of IQWiG, which is the German organism in charge of assessing efficacy of medical treatments. Next to you is Pierre Cochard, who's chair of the Transparency Committee and a board member of HAS, and you will have the floor in a few minutes. Now, in terms of academics, we have Rosanna Taricon. You are the Associate Dean of the Bocconi School of Management. That's in Milan, and you are specialized in management of health policies and health technology assessment. And Florian Naudet, you're a psychiatrist, a researcher at the University Hospital of Rennes, and you are also an expert in assessment of methodological solutions to assess treatments in patients. And you will both have the floor in a few minutes. And then, in order to discuss health technologies, we're mostly looking at the digital here. And in artificial intelligence, another board member of HAS, Isabelle Adenau, who's the chairperson of the Medical Technology and Interventional Procedure Committee. And I'll start with you, gentlemen. Stefan Lange first. Can you tell us what challenges still have to be faced for the assessment agencies? We're talking about methods mostly here, to reach a joint and common methodology. UNETA 21 work contributed to your work, of course, on the methods. What did it bring to you? And what is the scope of your own agency?
Thank you very much. I will try to answer your questions in a few seconds. But at the very beginning, I would like to thank Madame Présidente of HAS for this invitation. It was a real pleasure for me and an honor. And it's a really remarkable event. It's not only remarkable because we have 2 years of pandemic, and we saw on this pandemic that Europe wasn't so unified as it should been, I think. And I have to acknowledge that Germany, besides others, didn't make a good job, especially in the beginning of the pandemic, with regard to solidarity. And I have to apologize for this from a German perspective. But it's more remarkable as we are today faced with a much bigger crisis, and there's hope that Europe will now speak better with one voice. So, coming back. The EU HTA regulation is an important milestone in European collaboration on HTA, as was explained in detail in the previous session. What has been achieved? From my point of view, three outstanding aspects are: first, transparency and completeness is guaranteed. This includes legal requirements for the manufacturers to submit all available data, including unpublished one. There will be no redaction of clinical data and methodological aspects which are needed for an assessment. This is not explicitly stated in the regulation, but I think it's implicitly meant. Second, the international standards of evidence-based medicine are anchored in the regulation as a basic principle. I think this is a very important point. And third, and this is a little bit deviation from the discussion from in the morning, nevertheless, national requirements are taken into account. Though the joint clinical assessments have to be used for national decision-making, member states are still able to request additional clinical data and perform additional analysis if the national HTA process is in need of such data and analysis. Now the focus lies on implementation and the demands are high. This is especially true, as you said, for the European HTA organizations. Central is the quality of the joint clinical assessments. First of all, please allow me to give you just briefly an insight into the work of our institution of IQWiC. This may help to understand some challenges we are faced with at an European level. We have actually two HTA organizations in Germany, IQWiC on the one hand, and the Federal Joint Committee on the other. German abbreviation is GBA for the Federal Joint Committee. So these both organizations are working hand in hand together. The responsibilities are very clearly divided. This means IQWiC is responsible for a scientific assessment and gives a recommendation, and the Federal Joint Committee makes the decisions, but it has to take the recommendations into account with its decisions. So if it deviates, then it has to give a reason for this. So the Federal Joint Committee is the highest decision-making body of the so-called joint self-government of physicians, dentists, hospitals, and health insurance funds in Germany. This is a little bit special in Germany, that not the government, not the Ministry of Health makes the respective decisions, but this self-governmental system. In addition, there are also patient representatives within this body, but they are only entitled to put topics on the agenda. They can discuss the topics, but no voting right. So I would like to go to a special area, to drugs. In contrast to most European countries, as far as I know, we have no fourth hurdle in Germany. What does it mean? This means that every new drug which comes onto the market is immediately reimbursable. In fact, at the price set by the manufacturer. But after market entry, the manufacturer has to deliver a dossier which represents a comprehensive systematic review on the drug and must contain all available clinical data and the methodology behind it. It is the obligation of the manufacturer to show that his drug has an added benefit in comparison to a so-called appropriate comparator, in other words, to the standard of care. It then assesses the dossier and gives a recommendation whether an added benefit is in fact reliably shown, and if so, to what extent and with which certainty. By the way, I think this is a nice example. With regard to the quantification of an eventual added benefit, the corresponding legal framework 12 years ago, at that time, was partially influenced by the French system. So we can see HTA partners can learn from each other. That was a very important step forward, this legislation 12 years ago. So we have 3 months' time for the assessment, followed by 3 months for the decision of the GBA. This includes a hearing. And in the subsequent 6-month price negotiations follow between the main body of the statutory health insurance and the manufacturer, depending on the results of the benefit assessment and decision. If no added benefit is proven, the price must not be higher than the price for the appropriate comparator. The new price then applies from the first year after market entry. So we have 1 year the price set by the manufacturer. So by law, our assessment have to be based, as in the regulation, on the principles of evidence-based medicine and conducted according to the current state of scientific standards. This requirement for high quality is comparable to all other established HTA organizations in Europe, for example, HAS in France, ZIN in the Netherlands, or Infamed in Portugal, to name just a few. We all agree that stringent methodology has to be applied. You can see the parallels to the European HTA regulation. Quality of joint clinical assessments is a key, and the international standards replicate this of evidence-based medicine are anchored in the regulation. So I come to the results and efforts of the joint collaboration in Europe. The history is long and dates back to 1996. From the beginning, and that's very nice, the collaboration was kindly supported and funded by the European Commission and the European Union, respectively. The European Network on HTA, UNETA, started 2006. From the beginning, the goal was to create joint assessment. That wasn't always an easy task, not only because of the different healthcare systems, but also different skills and different available resources in the respective systems. Nevertheless, UNETA Joint Action 3, the last and biggest of the UNETA projects, was a success, as HTA organizations from all member states and beyond agreed on a common quality management system for joint clinical assessments. The output from Joint Action 3, within 3 years of work, or 4 years, it was extended, is presentable, considering that industry participation was voluntary. So at the end, we developed 36 standard operating procedures, and that's not so less, because if you think that 81 organizations had to agree on these methods and procedures, it's, I think, a success. And these SOPs were accompanied by 21 process-related guidance documents. I don't know whether EMA started with such a plea of founding documents, and I think we can a little be proud about this output. Besides a couple of joint clinical assessments and, of course, a lot of scientific consultations. However, there remain some crucial challenges, as the white paper from UNETA Joint Action 3, UNETA, a future model of cooperation, underlines. The paper gives advice for the requirements for future collaboration onto HTA in Europe. Some of the identified challenges have been addressed by the HTA regulation, such as a framework for HTA. Other challenges remain to be addressed, in particular certain methodological and organizational issues, and how to perform high-quality assessment, and this is important for me, within tough and ambitious timelines. As I said, we in Germany up to now have 6-month time. Now it's maybe 10 weeks. These are the challenges that the consortium from UNETA 21 have set out to address and solve. What are these issues? Different member states may require, more or less, different information for decision-making in their respective healthcare system. This is a challenge with regard to the template for submission dossiers, taking into account the requirements defined by the HDAR. Here, Article 9, Paragraph 3 is important. There's a challenge with regard to the template for joint clinical assessment, and it's a challenge for the process to define the scope of a joint clinical assessment. To agree on these crucial points, discussions are ongoing among the members of the consortium to reach consensus regarding important topics, such as, amongst others, and now I go into the details, how, for example, to define an appropriate comparator. Thank you. As you know, the standard of care is not the same across Europe. This is not only the case because, for example, health technology developers bring their products to different points of time onto the market in the different member states. How to define and select meaningful endpoints. Should only definite clinical, we call them patient-relevant endpoints, be considered, or can, and if yes, under which circumstances, intermediate or surrogate endpoints can be used? How to select valid scales for measuring health-related quality of life? What are minimal important differences of such scales to provide benefit for the patients? Very difficult question, how to deal with single-arm studies. This means trials without a concurrent control group. How can we assess the added benefit of a drug when no direct comparative data are available? This is a typical problem, for example, in oncology. How to perform indirect comparisons. Imagine you want to compare drug A to drug B, however, there are only trials comparing A with C and trials comparing B with C. In such a situation, you can try to compare A with B through the so-called bridge comparator C. However, this is methodologically very challenging and requires sophisticated statistical methods and deep methodological understanding. Last but not least, what is the appropriate perspective on assessment? Should we look from a systematic review point of view or from a studying planning point of view? And which role we heard about in the former session can play routine practice data, some call them real-world data. To come to an end, Europe needs, as actually can be seen, more collaboration than ever. With regard to health technology assessment, this means the HTAR gives a chance that capacities are strengthened, that more transparency with regard to the real value of new treatments will be achieved, and that therefore patients across Europe are provided with the best possible care, contemporarily taking national particularities into account. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Thank you, Stefan. You did say that we had a good common ground already with UNETA 21. We have a good starting point here. But as you said, you also have a certain number of areas in which we will have to choose a method, given the high level of requirements, whether you're talking about standards, statistics. Now, Pierre Cauchat, how can we make sure that these method choices will be monitored at best by the national agencies? Thank you, Stefan, for setting the backdrop of the European framework. And I want to thank HAS for asking me to tell you about the French experience. I'm going to echo what Stefan just said. By way of an introduction, I would like to say that transparency is always done on the basis of scientific data, and of course is part and parcel of the European approach of HTA. You know, we have a culture based on phase 3 randomized double-blind controlled studies. This, of course, is sometimes a little bit scary, but it's the gold standard. And a PICO approach will probably come on top of that. I'll try to focus on your question, Thierry, and stick to innovation. Innovation is everywhere, and it's going to be more and more present, mostly in some areas, especially cancer treatment, rare and ultra-rare diseases. You know that 10% of the new drugs target rare diseases, pediatrics, therapeutic stalemates, antibiotic treatments, and today we have a conference on antibiotic resistance, you know, so it is very much a topic for today. And what are the specificities then of all these new innovative treatments? Well, first of all, because of their nature, immunotherapy, gene therapy, cell therapy, and we've discussed that this morning, the link between the industry, academics and startups, the imperatives which are fast and timely access to the patients while ensuring the best level of evidence, comparisons, as Stefan said, which are sometimes difficult to identify, conflicts of interest, and also criteria of interest. We have to look at the matter of biomarkers and temptations coming out of all this. You know, as Stefan said, non-comparative studies, observational studies, and in all cases, the timeliness of availability, which everybody wishes to have. You know, the industry, the assessing organizations and patients. So this leaves a lot of uncertainty. It means that innovation has to be supported, and HAS has already invested in that area. We have a plan for innovative drugs in 2019 and early access study in 2021, and we have to adapt our assessment methodology to several criteria. The pathological and physiological advances, early and immature data, small cohorts, the management of uncertainty, health crisis. This is something that we will come back to at another point. And also the capacity of our systems, national or European, to come up with real-world databases. So to this effect, the French Ministry of Health asked HAS in October 2021 to try to answer all these challenges. And this led to an adaptation of the evaluation and assessment methodologies. And you know, the heart of assessment is always based on comparison. You always have to be able to compare the product to another, and randomized clinical trial is the gold standard to be used. And ex-post analysis of some unfavorable assessments that we have conducted shows that randomized clinical trial in most situations would have been a possibility. And clearly, HAS and HTA are all aware of the ethical issues raised by assessment when it comes to innovative products, but we must keep in mind that our obligation is to provide our patients with some added value.
Thus, each time a new methodology is being contemplated, the industrial groups will have to foresee early meetings with the HAS in France and the equivalent of all the other HTAs, with two objectives mainly. First, to draw up a list of methodological requirements that are expected, and number two, to draw up a list of the key elements which could stem from an external comparison when needed or if needed. All this to be added to the fact that we also have to foresee the fact that we have to be able to raise uncertainties after inscriptions, that is, anticipate the generation of data in real life RWE with comparisons if we have comparators. And the HAS, again, has committed in this area with the setting up within the framework of early access of protocols with the collection of data under the responsibility of the industrial groups. The role of the industrial groups is key because the choice not to randomize is decided by the industrial groups, and risk-taking has to be justified. Thus, we need to contemplate less conventional methods which will give us a lower level of evidence and accept taking a level of risks. It's the case of single-arm trials that Stefan referred to. And this is a situation that we will see in areas such as rare diseases or other situations where randomization is not possible or doesn't seem to be ethical, or other cases when we suspect that there will be promising results, and also the situations of therapeutical stalemates. If we use external comparisons, this could be a control element as well that we can talk about later on, have to include an adjustment of comparability with inferral approaches, thanks to which we will use the right methodology, and their enforceability conditions are usually not met or cannot be checked. Therefore, sometimes the situation is a bit like a conundrum. We have to adapt the methodology to guarantee a level of evidence which is the equivalent to the base system. What we would like to promote and support as well is to support the European approach and to use more logistics adaptations or design adaptations. For instance, platform tests or adaptive tests or seamless tests. In addition to this, there are method adaptations that pertain to some frameworks. For instance, the choice of specific intermediary criteria that could be biomarkers in some metabolic diseases, or when we choose the relevant clinical indicators and when there are many clinically relevant comparators. These evolutions have been analyzed in detail by the HAS, following the referral to the HAS, and since then we've set up working groups with in-house and external experts. There were consultations with stakeholders, the academics, the industrialists, the users, and specific hearings for oncology and for rare diseases. And there were hearings connected to new technologies, digital, the in silico studies, artificial intelligence. There were calls for papers to be sent, and of course an international benchmark. This, in the short term or mid-term, will lead to a position paper in an international review, which will be the red thread followed by the industrialists, which is what we did in the past for the basket tests. And there will be more specific reviews as far as the methodology is concerned. And the result of this at national level will be an adaptation of the Transparency Committee doctrine, and therefore will always be able to adjust to any specific case. All of these situations will benefit from a mutual approach between the different countries, an approach that will be transparent, yet with tight deadlines and information and involvement of the patients, and evaluation and assessment of the work done. And to conclude, what's at stake for the European HTAs today is to reconcile acceleration to have access to innovative products and to take multilateral risks. This means to be agile in assessing the drugs without setting aside a rigor. And what we want to talk about is the value added for all patients. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Pierre Ковша. Now, of course, all of this is very complex and technical, which is easy to understand. Sorry, I'm not sure I understood everything, but I think it's quite interesting, though. And what I understand, what I gathered from all that, and this is what Stefan Lange was saying, we have to be very demanding. The requirements should be at the highest level, in compliance with international standards. But as you're saying, Pierre Ковша, the new diseases, the rare diseases, and the lack of meaningful cohorts as such, and new therapies as well, are such that we need some type of flexibility. And so you want to be very strict with quality and transparency, but at the same time you want to have enough flexibility not to build a framework that's too rigid in the future so that innovation could fit in the framework. Is that the main message? And I also insisted on the risk-taking which is necessary. It is going to be multilateral risk-taking, and it involves patients as well. This is where we have to be careful with the level of risks taken. And that's why our objective is to adapt the methodology, the assessment methodology, in compliance with risk-taking at the lowest possible level, so that we can meet the usual standards for assessment. Maybe this will not be the equivalent of randomized clinical double-blind trials, but at least we want to have all that it takes so that we could have a good point of comparison, so that we can reassess this very quickly. So a dual demand. That is, to be as good as a randomized clinical trial, as you're saying, but also, at the same time, to have enough flexibility. That is, taking risks to some extent, but always focusing on patients. Stefan, I think you wanted to say something. And maybe what I wanted you to do is perhaps to clarify this. And now I'll turn to the academics. I think the key word we've used in the context, and we know that implementation might be difficult, and it's step by step, and what matters to them is guidance. And you will be guiding the academics, as I think. You will look at them and you'll provide them with suggestions. Now, Florian Naudet, research and science are going through their own revolution due to the use we make of data. What you want is more transparency and open access to data. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thanks for the invite. It's a great pleasure to be here and an honor. I have no links with the drugs industry. I get funds from the Ministry of Health and Higher Education. I'm a therapeutic teacher and professor in the town of Rennes. So, believe me or not, but the sun is shining in Brittany. Now, I'd like to echo some of what you've said. I agree with you as far as the principles are concerned. We, the academics, do a job which is more or less like yours, but it's easier for us because you assess. Sometimes the decisions are difficult to make on the basis of evidence that is not always easy to analyze. Sometimes the sets of data are a bit unclear. And therefore, our job is easy. We criticize your decisions or the decisions. But sometimes also, we don't necessarily have access to the same data as you have. I'm like anybody else. Sometimes I'm sick. Sometimes I have a disease. Sometimes I'm the doctor, like all the French. So I know what efficiency means for a treatment. That is, I'll get better soon, or the patients I treat will be better soon, which is enough. It's enough in daily practice. But this definition is biased. And to cut a long story short, to explain randomized trials, there are many other ways that the situation could improve, not just connected to drugs. Many diseases improve. You can give hydroxychloroquine to a patient with COVID, he's going to improve, but not thanks to this drug. Oh, I was frightened. I thought you would bring us back to a debate, a conversation we had in France that was not that interesting. Sometimes, I thought that Marseille was in Rennes or Rennes in Marseille. Anyway, the non-comparative studies sometimes bring us back. We thought that evaluation on and assessment of efficacy should be compulsory. And we assess the treatments because we know they might be dangerous. And since they might be dangerous, it's an ethical obligation. They have to work before we prescribe them. And that's why we have to assess the efficiency of such treatments. And there's some type of tension between innovation and protection of patients. So there's technological and biological developments, that's true. And that might be considered as a pretext. And people will say evaluation has to be less stringent. There were recent evaluations, for instance, the anti-COVID vaccines. These are incredible innovations with the RNA vaccine. They were assessed correctly. They've shown that they work. And there's very little innovation which is as innovative in terms of those being chosen as therapies as these vaccines are. Usually we have medicines or drugs that we call the Me Too's, the Me Too drug, a drug which is not really an innovation at all. So for these types of drugs, we need to gather evidence to know if they work versus the placebo. And as you were saying before, compared to health standards, the health standards that we use. I'm a psychiatrist. And when we use psychotropic drugs, for which we need to have a market go ahead, and we look at the level of evidence, we have comparative effectiveness, better than an existing treatment. And yet we've been using many treatments for a long period of time. The level of evidence means it's working better than the placebo. But for us, the doctors, it's not meaningful enough. We don't know what to do with this. As I was saying before, I'm doing more or less what you're doing, but not with the same data sets, because you have different sets that are more detailed, more specific. You have specific reports, whereas usually we read the reviews. If you take the antidepressants, for instance, most of the reports on antidepressants are not published, which means that if I work on published reports, I'll only get 50% of these studies, and the study is usually in favor of the treatment. Sometimes we have to read the literature, and the studies are positive when the assessment says they're negative. It's the case of the 329 study for children and adolescents who'd received paroxetine, and this study was negative. It was published as being positive, and it took 10 years. We had to find the source data to correct what was in the literature, and that's something tough to do because we have peer review mechanisms that protect us, but sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes things go through peer reviews. Last year, we found zombie studies, as we call them. That is, studies that are dead, that cannot be resuscitated with artemisia and treatment of malaria. And therefore, our scientific system sometimes is long to implement. We had doubts last year about the Sputnik vaccine that we relayed in the Lancet. It was time-consuming and a very difficult task. So we need the same data sets, what you work on, so that we could follow our path. Of course, there's registration, ex-ante registration, which is a rule, but sometimes people with aclofen take some type of liberty, and we had the judgment criterion was changed. And the clinical study reports should be given to us as well. And the EMS says we could do this. It's one of their proposals. Here's an example. In 2017, we asked for the study reports for all psychotropic drugs. We received them little by little, but there's still more to come that we're still waiting for. We need individual patient data, just like for the 329 study, for reanalysis, secondary analysis, and to have more individual data. And then we would thank the patients who've taken risks. We would make the best use of available data. And we can't do this. The EMA has intentions. They have procrastinated due to Brexit, the fact that they've moved, etc. And the pharmaceutical groups have their own sharing policies that they're deploying. But for the time being, this is quite recent. And we asked for data, 62 reports that were seminal reports for the EMA, and we've received data only for 10 out of these 62. So all of these reports are not yet available to us. There we are. These are the models that we are trying to develop, that is open science applied to drugs. And we hope that with this we'll have more transparency, more trust. And if you're interested, come and visit us in Brittany. It's always sunny in Brittany. Well, in any case, your message was very clear. You want to be very transparent in the field of data and openness, and you will not give up. You will be as demanding as you've always been, even though we are in between innovation and the fact that we want to move faster for the patients. Now, Rosanna Tarikon, you know the Eureta network. The new EU regulation will change the ecosystem of medical technologies, and it'll be the case for MD's medical devices. Now, what about the quality of evidence that Professor Nodes just talked about? What would you say about this, please?
Thank HIS for inviting academics in this panel, because as also in the invitation they said that it's important that we work together, not only between member states but also between different stakeholders. And as a matter of introduction, there are 3 points that I would like to state, because I think that they might have an implication also in terms of methodologies. It is true that the HTA regulation finally will try to harmonize methodologies and processes and procedures. Finally, I say, because our work in the past has been that of comparing different processes among different member states, these has highlighted also how much these differences can impact on patients' access and equity of access to cost-effective technologies. So the second, improvement of this HTA regulation is that in principle we could really expand, the equity of access to patients, provided that the work that will be made by the single member states will not vanish, what the HTA regulation will prescribe and will command. And thirdly, Another important element that might have an implication in terms of methods that I'm going to explain in a few seconds is that we also, as a EU market, we also need to use the HTA regulation to make our market more attractive vis-a-vis other jurisdictions, for instance, US, where the regulatory system that doesn't take into account the HTA is becoming more attractive because it is in a way shorter and much quicker vis-a-vis the manufacturers compared to our market. So this is a caveat that I think we need to take into consideration. That said, let's go to the methodological challenges. And I don't want to disappoint the audience and people who are listening to us, but I'm completely in agreement with what Pierre and Stefan already said. Although there are some key methodological challenges that needed to be fixed, I think that there are fewer that really are relevant and exactly the ones that they picked. Perhaps I can contribute from the academic perspective and the research perspective. So let's start with the standard of care that was mentioned by Pierre and Stefan. The issue here is first of all that although we expect that the majority of member states adopt the similar standard of care, we also are aware that this is not always the case, especially in some countries. Another caveat is what is really the standard of care? Because sometimes when you consider, for instance, what is advised by medical societies in their professional guidelines, you understand that what we thought it was a standard of care is a practice of care in our own countries, and don't necessarily overlap with what should be the standard of care. But that said, if we recognize that there are differences, there might be differences in the standard of care or in the practice of care, and more importantly, there might be health technologies that might have more than one standard of care to be compared with, then the issue, methodologically speaking, is how can we make comparisons useful for you to take a decision. And as you already said, indirect comparative analysis are there. Researchers, and we have been working on, for instance, a network meta-analysis. So there is the possibility, technically speaking, to make a comparative analysis, even though we don't have head-to-head clinical investigations. But we are also aware that opinions are a bit mixed on this. There are countries, there are agencies that are a bit lukewarm on how to make, methodologically speaking, again, these network meta-analysis. And here, this is one topic that can be improved with the help and with the contribution of researchers and academics. Another point that was raised by Pierre and Stefan is the experimental studies. So, for instance, Pierre stressed rightly, the relevance of randomized double-blind randomized control trials. However, I also would like to pick, the issue that not all, we have been raised with, the idea of randomized control trials being the golden standard. And don't get me wrong, I do believe they are. However, every time I have been dealing with the risk of bias and with an in-depth analysis of the quality of the RCTs, very often I was disappointed by the findings because, having a double-blind RCT doesn't necessarily mean that we have a good quality of clinical data. In other words, RCTs should be done correctly. to provide good quality data. And this also means that, other types of clinical investigations that you also mentioned must be taken into consideration. So not only adaptive trials, but also, in silico trials and also synthetic trials. Once again, the devil is into the details. So more than talking about, the highlight of the big titles, I think that we should go deeper and trying to understand how exactly these studies are carried out, because there might be observational data that could be higher quality than experimental data. The third and the last one in terms of methodological issues that you both have raised is around surrogates. Now, with the EMA providing recommendations on drugs, on accelerated programs, as you know better than I do, the trials, even, the double-blind RCTs are getting, shorter and shorter, and it's almost impossible to have final endpoints, achieved, measured in those trials because, the necessity to come to the market as early as possible. So, we are now plenty of intermediate outcomes, surrogates, and although everybody agrees that surrogates are relevant, still, opinions have mixed on the validation systems. How to validate, which one is relevant and which one is not. And just, a quick also word on the final endpoint. Surrogates need to be transposed into final endpoints, but which one? Quality of life, survival? And just, the last two words, because I think that academia also has the duty to push the research frontier, ahead. There are two major issues that I think should be worked in together with you, academia and policymakers. One is digital health, but I don't want to spoil, the talk, the next talk, because, digital health
may require... On va en parler en effet dans un instant.
Yes, may require, for instance, different types of outcomes measurement, like a contingent evaluation analysis compared to, comparative effectiveness. And last but not least, I think there is the last area where research intervention is needed, which is the environmental impact and how to transpose the measurement of environmental impact into pricing negotiations and with the measurement of innovation. And these are the areas where we are work as academia.
Merci, Professor Tariq.
Thank you, Professor. Of course, this regulation will be implemented by 2025, and what you're doing now is actually putting back on the table all the assessment issues that you have been facing in your own agencies and in the joint approach which has been implemented. We're talking about clinical assessments. We're not even talking about economic or financial assessments here, or pricing assessments. Now, we are going to have another pair of speakers now. Please react to what is going to be said. We are very, very much behind schedule already, but it was all worth it. I'm happy that I let you say everything that you had to say. Now, we talked about medical devices and health technologies that resort to artificial intelligence. You have more and more of those. What's the strategy in France? Here's the video response from two experts, HAS members, Isabelle Adenau, and a great IT expert, Bertrand Braunschweig, who is the scientific coordinator of Confiance IA program. That's an artificial intelligence program. He works on IT research. And the two of you have the floor. We are in the middle of a revolution. Actually, the digital changed our private lives. And of course, it's the same for health. The same is going to happen. We have so many digital solutions, and on our committee, we realized that with a lot of connected medical devices, of course, there's going to have to be data, and the data will have to be analyzed, i.e. we're going to need artificial intelligence. So we had to be prepared for that. So we trained ourselves, we trained our teams, our members, and also we started a public survey to find out how it worked for people and how people thought it should be done. We received a lot of answers, and we came up with a matrix for the industry, because what's really important when you're a pharmaceutical lab, for example, when you file for a device or a drug, is that you need to know soon enough what is going to be expected of you. This is why it was important to have this matrix, which makes faster access to innovation. We were able to look at 2 files which included artificial intelligence, and so actually it was a 100% success rate because both received a positive opinion. One was about diabetes and the other in respiratory diseases. Health is considered high risk by the European Commission, who comes up with an artificial intelligence regulation because it has specific requirements. You've got to address transparency, explainability, robustness, lack of bias, representation of all diversities. And this comes on top of the requirements that we have for all systems in terms of safety, privacy, protection, etc. And all this is very difficult to fulfill today. So we need to work on algorithms and methods, and we also need to have good databases, and we also need to work on sharing data from different sources. The problem is the trust that people put in such systems. And the health authority started working on this 2 years ago, and I think is doing an exemplary job in that area. It is impossible when it comes to artificial intelligence to think in the Franco-French context only, because data is global. So devices with artificial intelligence are borderless, and I'm glad that Europe published regulations on that. When it comes to artificial intelligence, on the question of assessment in particular, to this day we have a subcommittee which is being built up with 4 countries, and I hope that from 4 countries we will go up to 27 working on that committee. Well, that's the challenge, to move to 27 countries working together. And we see, in terms of medical devices using artificial intelligence, that it's very complex. In this video, you're pleading in favor of a pooling together of European methods for assessment. Well, you know, there's a big difference between medication and medical devices because, of course, they resort to technology. The main difference is that a medical device, right from the beginning, when it's in the study phase, at some point it will have to evolve, you know, to be upgraded, just like your phone. And it means that you have a trial that is not looking at the right version of the device. And that's one obstacle. So you have to be able to move swiftly. And with artificial intelligence, it's the downstream phase which can even be different. Because actually, so far, you know, for medicines and other medical devices, we were used to assessing something which is identical in the trial to what is going to be put on the market. Now, with artificial intelligence, you can forget all about that, and so the challenges are huge and completely different. So, can we think in Franco-French terms only? Absolutely not. So we had, of course, to move on as the health authority. I know that other European agencies are doing the same, but the idea is to put all this together, because the ecosystem of all medical devices using algorithms or software, etc., is not always based on big multinational companies with huge means. You know, it can be small companies who actually want to come onto a market, and in order to do that, you know, you have to be very careful. If you want to go to Germany, to France, to Italy, maybe you don't have as many trials, maybe you don't have as many difficulties to overcome, because otherwise it's going to be the same as Rosanna was saying, they will not go to the markets. So you have to be European, you have to go European, especially in that area. There is one question that comes to mind here, because we're talking about patients, protecting patients and data. It's a question on the chat. How can we make sure that artificial intelligence remains for the benefit of patients? You know, that's how algorithms learn from one another, etc. So you always have in the background this idea that you don't know what's happening in the box. Yes, absolutely. You know, right now you're talking, you're facilitating this discussion, but I don't know what's happening in your box. I don't know what you're thinking. Well, oh, you must have realized that I don't have a clue what's going on. No, it's just that it's not about knowing what's going on in the box. What's important is what comes out of the box, you know, because what we assess is the therapeutic end point, you know, and the outcome. So for us, and I'm sure it's the same in the other European agencies at HAS, we have decided to not take care of the data when it comes to privacy. You know, there is the European regulation on data protection that's there for that. And so, of course, the lawmakers have to commit to doing that, to respecting, to complying with all that. We are not the ones checking the information. But in order to assess the healthcare benefit of this artificial intelligence system, well, it has been said already. First of all, we look to see if the model was run with the good data, because, you know, if you have a system, a device which is for type 1 diabetics and which is tested on type 2 diabetics, imagine something that's an adult device, but it's actually tested on children or the other way around, you know. So we have to have the right match between the therapeutic outcome and the data that's used. You need to check the quality of data, of course, because just because you have data doesn't mean it's good data, and you have a lot of challenges to face. With 𝗂𝘂𝗿𝗄𝗧, we're going to go back to the question of the rendered medical service, but the fact that the assessment has to be quick, and do you think that this could be used for assessment methodology for the other health technology, especially medicines, for example? Oh, well, yes, of course, we work together with the bodies that assess medications. There are methodologies which are similar, and we have methods experts who do see that you can have methods which are good for some but not for some others, and some methods can be good for several purposes. But of course, medical devices are very different from medicines. And as Stefan said, we have to be just as rigorous in our assessment, because nobody would understand it if we were to assess things poorly. But of course, the technologies, the methods can be very different. And it's always interesting to work on other methodologies. Now, a question for 𝗂𝘂𝗿𝗄𝗧. How are the European and national assessments going to work together? Because we always try to improve the outcome of a medication, but what's the responsibility of the national agencies in there? Well, the SMR, that's the actually the benefit of the drug. improvement of the benefit allows us to identify the price of the drugs. These are common law elements, which for the moment are the decision of individual countries. So it's not going to be mutualized, that thing. Now, the first question that was asked, how can we make sure that this objective of 2025 will enable you to put everything on the table? How are you going to review all the clinical assessment issues that you might have? Do you think I'm going too fast here if I say this? And what would you like to remember from your 6 interventions here in terms of the points of method on which we need to work? Of course, you heard the academics say that we're not there yet, even for national assessments. What's your answer to that, Stéphane?
I'm optimistic. I think things are easy. What we have to show is, with a new intervention, whether a drug, artificial intelligence, it has to be shown that people are living better, patients are living better. And for this we have methods, and we have to apply these methods. And what we always have to have is the comparison between the new and the old world. And that's very easy.
𝗂𝗂𝗍𝗂. Well, we must adapt to innovation without penalizing patients. So in between, we have assessments, so we have to adapt our assessment methods, and I'm optimistic as well. So we could almost conclude, but I'd like to turn to you, Madam Professor. Would you like to add something else about the adaptation of medical devices? I think this is what you wanted to talk about before.
Yes, I mean, I can't agree more with, Isabelle, when she says that medical devices are completely different, from drugs. The points that I made before, if they are relevant for drugs, they are even more relevant for medical devices. I mean, I take the example of standard of care, take the example of randomized controlled trials that are almost non-existent for medical devices compared to drugs. So, for instance, I mean, how to assess with a very high quality, the clinical efficacy and effectiveness of medical devices with real-world data is even more stringent than, for drugs. And I mean, if I may just, say something about digital health, I mean, the great work that in the EU, France, and Germany are doing in the assessment of digital health. As I was mentioning before, from an academic perspective, what we believe, can be done more, methodologically speaking, is how to incorporate the strength of these digital health applications, like, for instance, a patient's empowerment, self-confidence. I mean, all these apps, take the example of diabetes, but, mental health or cardiovascular diseases. I mean, it seems that these apps can really make patients' quality of life better. But also because, patients can feel, more empowered, I mean, about, the management of their own disease. And in a way, they can co-create the health outcomes. However, what is the metrics to measure self-management or self-confidence or empowerment? So the reason why I just mentioned very quickly contingent evaluation, which is, a methodology that, it's sometimes called, cost-benefit analysis. Trying to eliciting the benefits of patients, by asking, basically, what the willingness to pay compared to the standard of care is something that for digital health, we researchers, we see as a most appropriate compared to other technologies. But, I'm also aware that this is an area of experimentation, and, more research, is needed to compare the traditional way of assessing comparative effectiveness with contingent evaluation analysis. But I believe that, contingent evaluation can be more comprehensive than the conventional, comparative effectiveness.
Merci. Dernière question, peut-être.
Thank you very much. Now, Florian Ledet, a final question to you. A question from the people online. What are the obstacles that slow us down so that industrialists could have published data more easily? And what would you say about the EU reports, you as a practitioner? Well, there are several obstacles or hurdles on the way, but we can overcome them. Some industrialists share their data, so that's feasible, that's possible. And the reasons why some people don't share, that's what I can talk about. Sometimes these trials are still ongoing. So the drugs have been marketed, but we need to assess safety, for instance. That's one of the reasons that's usually mentioned. And these are the main reasons. Do you think we can overcome this difficulty? I think so. When people publish, at least they can share this with other people. For instance, assessing safeties or harmlessness is something you can do in parallel. Okay, what you have said is that we have to embed innovation. Innovation should continue and develop, but never to the detriment of the safety requirements for patients. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this conversation, which is not over. It's far from being over. Now we'll be talking about assessment of innovation on the backdrop of the health crisis. That is the pandemic, which is not yet over, even though we have the impression we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and it has set havoc. What are the lessons to be derived by the HTA agencies within the framework of the implementation of the regulation objectives set for 2025? And this is what we'll be talking about now. Let me introduce the different speakers we have, the panelists who are with us this afternoon for this panel discussion on innovation. Valentina Stramiello, you will represent patients. You're head of programs, European Patient Forum, EPF, at the level of the European Parliament. And Andrzej Ries is now with us as well, Director of Health Systems, Medical Products and Innovation, DG Health or Santé, and you're Head of Directorate Reimbursement of Medicines and Pharmaceutical Policy, RISIV, that's the Flemish version, INAMI, RISIV. And with us on video, we have Michael Wölken with us, one of the heads of EMA. Hello. Thank you for being with us. You're head of the Scientific Evidence Generation Department for the development of new drugs at the EMA, the missions of which are clear to all of us. So all of you will be reacting to two different speakers, Rui Santos Ivo and Alexander Natz, with us today. Mr. Santos Ivo, you are the President of the National Authority of Medicines and Health Products from Portugal. I didn't say that in Portuguese. And that is the Portuguese authority. And you're the President or Chair of HAG. Alexander Natz, you're the Secretary-General of the European Confederation of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs, 𝗀𝗄𝗄, at European level. You represent the innovative SMEs in the field of pharmaceutical products, biotechnologies, and medical technologies. We will start with you. We'll listen to both of you. So, the pandemic and assessment within the framework of the regulation. The point of view of agencies to start with, and then we'll listen to the industrialists. What would you say about your role on that backdrop and the lessons we might derive from the effects of the COVID, the effects of vaccines and drugs, and what we've done with COVID? What are the lessons we can derive from that?
I would like, first of all, and perhaps I will say it in French, je voudrais bien remercier
I would like to thank HAS for inviting me, and also I would like to thank the HAS for organizing this initiative, which is very important in the light of the topics that we're talking about, and also so that we would get started to some extent. This would be a starting point, given all that we still have to do in Europe. And the second message is that of solidarity, to support our friends in Ukraine. The situation is awfully difficult.
Switching to English now, and I'll try to answer the challenge, the questions that you asked. I'm deviating a little bit from what I had initially prepared, because I think we had such a rich discussion during today that I would rather make a number of points that I think are quite important. And now, when we look into innovation and we put it in the context of a health crisis, and then we take on consideration the HTA, plus perhaps what Andrzej just mentioned before, the developments in terms of health union, we have all the elements perhaps to bring now on board all the issues that were raised during the previous panels, and also very much in the last one. So the first point I want to make is the COVID pandemics and some of the lessons that we've learned. I think here the key word I wanted to refer to is the collaboration across the board, because it was very important that all the different players are well coordinated. Of course, we should refer to the regulators, of course, the HTA bodies, but this is more or less, let's say, from one side from the beginning to the end, and of course also the payers and all the stakeholders. In my own experience in Portugal, I think this was very positive, the fact that we tried as much as possible to articulate ourselves and to work together. So it was the first remark from the COVID. Then the second element is innovation in the context of crisis. And here I think we are trying to of course to use innovation to respond to the needs of the patients that the situation, the crisis situation identifies. There was also already reference to the specific actions taken in terms of approving the vaccines. Now we are also seeing the antivirals, and for example, here HAS has already issued some opinion on this. But when we look into the innovation to respond to specifically the needs in a context of crisis, I think it's very important that we, of course, not forget this need. But also that we try as much as possible to still ensure the robustness of this assessment. Also taking care of safety. I think it was very much stressed in the previous panel. Here I would like to also mention a couple of more points. One is of course the fact that we are striving between these objectives and also the timings, because we need to respond very quickly, and still we need to give the reassurance. I mean, this has been mentioned many times, but we need to give the reassurance to our citizens, to our patients. So this is quite important. EUNETA has done very positive work in this respect, and I think here I wanted to also to refer that we need to look into what will be then the next step. And here there is, for example, some initiatives that are being developed at European level, and Andrzej probably will refer to this, which is the joint procurement agreements. And for example, this is clearly something that we had from the pandemic. So we had these common European initiatives, which I am positive about them, not only the vaccine, but I think vaccines, we should put them on a separate, because it's a little more specific when we talk about HTA. So we had these specific arrangements, but I think now we have to be also careful in how we develop them and how we will incorporate the HTA. I'm still having the words of Stefan on my mind, so that we need to be very sure that we have the best evidence when we look at this. Of course, here we know, and we are very conscious that we have to look into the two objectives. One is to have a response, and the other one is still to have the best assurance to the patients. The third element I wanted to bring is the HTA regulation. Of course, I think this is a very, and again, this opportunity that HAS has provided for is very important, because the HTA regulation is really providing an excellent opportunity, because it also has itself tools. It was conscious of this kind of situations. We have talked about, and Flora detailed the inclusion of the different areas that will be gradually assessed, but also there is a possibility that we can decide to work jointly on assessing specifically on medicines or on medical devices that are intended for health, to respond to a health crisis. So for me, this is a very important opportunity. We have also, of course, not only this tool, but also the voluntary cooperation that is also enshrined in the regulation, which is also a possibility to address this kind of issues. So perhaps also to highlight here another key word, the quality of the work. Of course, again, we are looking to be specific, to be able to develop perhaps specific methodologies. They were discussed at length in the previous panel, but still we need to ensure that the basic principles are kept, and of course here also the transparency aspect is very important. Perhaps the last reference that I can make is also that, and again this discussion is very important, is the way we are coordinating ourselves to bring forward the regulation. I think it gives us also a good confidence that we will be able to work on adequate responses in this kind of context. And here, of course, we have not only the UNET work, not only the preparation that the Commission is now putting forward when it comes to the coordination group and all the work that we'll be doing, but also the way that we, national agencies, and various heads of national agencies are here together, not only Dominique Guludec, myself, but also many others from Agneta Carlsson, Nicola Magrini, Odunog. I'm sorry to be now not because then I will forget a number of them. But also to say that this is also something that certainly we will also take care of this in this context of the Hague.
Non, alors vous nous avez dit clairement que vous êtes optimiste et que face
à l'urgence
qu'imposait,
and given the sense of urgency we had to respond to the crisis, the health crisis, you were in a position to collaborate and coordinate, which was necessary, and it worked well. So you're saying that now this regulation, this new framework, will help you improve, which is what you did when there was a sense of urgency. You said safety and swiftness as well, and we will see if the panelists agree with your analysis or not. Now, let's listen to the European companies, the pharmaceutical groups and companies, the entrepreneurs. What would you say about the lessons, rapidity, reliability, and safety, quick cooperation? Is it something you would share? And since we're talking about 2025 and the new regulation, what are the lessons we can drive that would be useful in the future? Yes, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here with you to talk about the last 2 years of the pandemic and how the EU HTA system will work in the future, but also looking back a little bit into those 2 years of the pandemic. So once again, it's a pleasure to be here. Let me start with the situation in the pandemic. I think what we have seen at the regulatory level is that we had a lot of flexibilities. We've seen EMA developing a rolling review for vaccines reviews. We've seen actually all the COVID vaccines and also the COVID-19 therapeutics released to the market in Europe rather quickly. I think that has been very positive, and that's the first step, as we all know, of making products available is a marketing authorization. So I think that is really very positive, and I share that optimism. We have seen, and that's unique for the vaccines and the COVID-19 therapeutics, we have seen that there was no structured HTA for those type of products, because at the end of the day, we all agreed there is value in having those medicines on the market as quick as we can. So I think that was also very positive, but it's unique as normally when we are talking, bringing medicines to the market, we have an HTA system assessing a medicine, looking at the value, and then having a price negotiation or other pricing mechanisms. So we have skipped HTA procedures, and in a way, from my perspective, that it has worked. We had a speedy access, and ultimately, HTA was not a barrier to access for those type of vaccines and COVID-19 therapeutics, which was very good. We have seen, however, some supply chain issues, and that was mainly in generics from the companies we're representing, mainly mid-sized and smaller companies. We haven't heard many complaints over the last 2 years that innovative products couldn't make it to the market because there were no slots and HTA procedures in all the 27 EU member states. Again, that's positive. It's not positive that we had supply chain issues, of course, but that has nothing to do with the HTA system. So in a way, I would think that the flexibilities we had developed over the last 2 years, that has been very helpful. And we are now, hopefully, at some point in time, going back to normal. We are discussing here today a very relevant tool, the EU HTA, and I will talk at the end a little bit about our priorities in that respect. We think it's a very important step in the right directions, but it's also very important that we get it, that we have to get it right in terms of methodology and in terms of procedural rights, because it's a one-stop shop system which needs to be up and running for ATMPs and for oncology medicines in January 2025. Let me talk a little bit about innovations over those 2 last years, and I've chosen ATMPs, advanced therapy medicinal products, because we've all talked very much about cell and gene therapies. Again, we have seen, starting with a regulatory system, we have a very robust regulatory system with having one agency in Amsterdam, the EMA, assessing those type of innovative medicines. We've seen more of those products coming to the market. I would think that in the last 2 years, we have probably seen a handful of those ATMPs released to EU markets, which is very good. This is not what we have seen in the first years of the ATMP regulation. So that's, again, is very positive. We have seen those products, also many orphan drugs, even launched during the pandemic. So it's also positive that in national HTA systems, there were enough slots. We've switched from physical meetings to virtual meetings when it comes to scientific advice meetings. We switched to virtual when it comes to price negotiations. That has all, to the extent I'm aware of those type of situations, it looks like it has worked to switch to virtual and to be speedy and to have enough slots. For the ATMPs, it's really important that in the context of launching those medicines to European markets, we've seen 2 new elements in the market. One is real-world evidence, and we have talked about this here before, and we think it's a critical element not only to be used in regulatory decision-making, but also in HTA and ultimately in pricing and reimbursement decision-making, because it's a matter of fact when a product is released to the market, and that's especially true when it comes to an unknown territory, like in many rare disease areas where you don't have very much knowledge about those type of products or diseases. There is not all the data out, and I think it's really important for payer systems and ultimately also for HTA systems to be open for using those this type of data. However, I must also say that from the perspective of industry, the real-world evidence generation must be based on a robust methodology. There must be a clear question to be answered. It's not like going on a fishing expedition and looking at what I'm having at the table and that I'm putting forward in front of an HTA institution. There needs to be a question defined and a methodology behind it, and then the company commits to answering that question in a certain period of time. And we have to bear in mind, like in many cases in Europe, we're talking about 27 member states. So in an ideal scenario, this real-world evidence generation takes place in collaboration with EMA and takes place not at all the different member states in separate silos. So I think we have to collaborate here and make sure that we're, in an ideal scenario, developing one registry request and not 27 registry requests. The second solution, which I think we've seen developing with the ATMPs or the cell and gene therapies, are the so-called P4P, pay for performance guarantees, outcome-based agreements. We see them actually in almost all of those those products, in almost all of the markets where those products have been launched, where the company is actually committing to certain outcomes, outcome parameters. Now, that's not easy to be done because we have data protection. You can't share all the data. The data is not available in all the hands. But it can be done, as we have seen in many instances for those type of one-time therapies, that the company commits to a certain outcome for the next 5 or 10 years. And that needs to be clearly defined in agreements between the payers and the companies. And I think that's really important to accommodate those products. So we hope for an openness in that respect on both sides of the table, if I may say, on the payer side of the table and also on the side of the manufacturer side of the table. So the pay for performance models, in our opinion, are really a step forward. Let me conclude with the EU HTA, and we've heard a lot about this. EU HTA is really important from our perspective. We are really glad that we see a one-stop shop now. We hope that this one-stop shop will really be a one-stop shop, that we've heard it this morning, that we avoid duplication, which cannot be guaranteed, but I do believe in the fact that if people are sitting around the table making one decision jointly together, that they will not reverse it and ask for completely different data at the national level. So I think there is a certain type of guarantee. However, it must be, we must try to avoid duplication, and that's indeed a call towards the member states. We also think that, it has been mentioned this morning as well, this operational experience which industry has in bringing those products and developing the data is to be heard in those assessments, but also is to be heard in the making of the procedure at the level of UNETA 21. We are assured that this is the case, but also when it comes to the individual assessments. So that's very important. It is also critical that when it comes to the specifics of the products, rare disease medicines, orphan drugs, ATMPs, that we take the specifics into consideration. And last but not least, I'd like to close with the most important point from our perspective, which is the capacity for joint scientific consultations, that each product gets the ability to have a discussion with a decision maker prior to bringing the dossier to the decision maker, because it's in all of the interest that this dossier is robust and is what the HTA institutions want to see and want to hear in terms of data. Thank you very much.
Merci, je vous en prie. Merci à tous les deux.
Thank you very much for these 2 points of view. You say basically that the system was clearly able to adapt, and that's good. That in the future we will have to be able to use a robust methodology, answering a clear question, and then the one-stop shop, of course, and not silos. Not working in silos, not working each country on their own, but what's the reaction of other people around the table? Let's start maybe with patients. Madame Stramiello, what are the main comments that you would like to make on behalf of your patient organization? The need to have a timely access to medication, even in the context of an emergency. Thank you for this invitation. I would like to thank Madam Chair of the Health Authority, and I switch to English because it's easier for me.
European Patients Forum, this is a quite challenging topic. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have witnessed disruption of care and discontinuity of care for many patients across Europe. Also, the current crisis in Ukraine, of course, puts us in front of a major challenge, which is, again, discontinuity of care for Ukrainian patients. So talking about innovation, of course, it is not an easy topic because standard of care is not a given everywhere in Europe yet. So for this reason, I would say innovation and innovative technologies really need to bring value to the patients. This has been addressed earlier today. This is a key element. When I talk value, to me and to the patient communities in general, it means added quality of care, improved quality of care, improved health status. So this is the key element. Once we are sure that these elements are being addressed, I would say it's really important for the healthcare systems to be able to uptake innovation. We have heard earlier today that there are methodologies being tested, and this is really important because methodologies can really be there to access and to increase access, but also to accelerate access. There are existing methodologies, we are aware of that. It's simply that not always HTA systems are able to uptake them yet. This is very unequal across the European countries. Another element is the appropriateness of innovation. We want to be sure that innovative technologies are really appropriate from a patient perspective. Unfortunately, still innovation comes with novelties that are not really needed from a patient perspective. We want to make sure that investments really go in the right directions to address what real patients' needs are. Of course, another key aspect for us is safety. We are aware that often safety is already addressed at a regulatory level, that HTA still, in my views, should address safety because also in the longer term, side effects might emerge. So pharmacovigilance, when it comes to pharmaceutical products, should be able to also support further assessments eventually. And of course, innovation should be equitable and accessible to all patients across Europe. It's good to have front runners, but we have to make sure that innovation doesn't need to be, it has to be accessible as early as possible to all patients across Europe. It's yet not acceptable to see that there are countries really relying still a lot on generics while other countries can bring innovations to patients. I would say these are my key points.
But the difficulty is that we have this dual requirement, the fact that we need to move quickly for access to innovation, which is necessary because there's an emergency situation, and it has to be equitable and fair, as you said. And also, it should not be a standard if the assessment has not been done properly or not sufficiently. You know, the European Union bought medications, drugs, COVID vaccines, to try to meet this requirement of ensuring equitable and fair access to all European populations. But then if this becomes the standard, how can we also maintain the role of European assessment? European health agencies and HTA, how are you going to match those two requirements?
I will maybe refer to the question is how much the COVID trigger innovation in general, because we mentioned vaccines, antivirals, but I think we should see this a little bit bigger, as a bigger picture. You know, let's have a look on using the masks. It's a very popular topic around our dinner tables at homes, or the using of digital pass. You know, we pick up the other example. And many other things, closing the schools, taking, different approach for younger and older. All this, we can put this in the innovation basket.
Mais, pas seulement en France, alors, vous nous rassurez.
So it was not only in France? You had this discussion in other countries too?
Why I would like to, my wife is French, so quite a big French family around the table. And I think this is the point, I would like to make, because, we did innovate many things. I mentioned even the additional interesting development, tracing apps on the digital tracing apps. You know, so we put all these innovations in place, and I think what we may hear very soon, you know, this is how those things works. You know, and then that would be even more difficult. You know, we have this chapter in the HTA regulation about complex situation like vaccines, antivirals, masks, vaccination, so on. So this will be my first challenge, you know, also I know we don't have much time for discussion, but I think that we should see this also as innovation. But what we also learn, this is something also to the HTA communities, those innovations, they were also confronted with the quite challenging questions in the society as a whole. You know, do we accept this? Why I accept this if I am younger or older? Why I'm accepting as a medical doctor or nurse and so on. So I think we have seen also a number of challenges in the socio-behavioral sciences. So I think this will be, again, because we know this is also part of kind of discussion, how those factors could be taken account in the HTA evaluation. The second big challenge I think I would like to put in the basket of cooperation. Because in one hand, you know, we have good cooperation mentioned already by Louis on in the cooperation between regulators. I am participating in all these meetings, so I know, you know, how this was growing very quickly and well, from shortages of medicines when we started and moving to the rolling review, looking for the resources to fill, and finally also to buy medicinal product, which you refer. And I think in the decision when we start to buy those products, I think the first time in the history of Union, and I think I really have seen this development to the H1N1 pandemic, when we were coming to the decision, let's put the joint procurement on the table, but we're able to prepare the first joint procurement, let's say for the potential influenza pandemic. But what we also learned that not all countries wanted to participate in this joint procurement, including my own country, Poland, at this time. So, but a few others as well. So I think the question was, when the crisis came, you know, all member states came into the table. But we introduced also something completely new, because I think joint procurement is one instrument we use for the medicines procurement, but for vaccines we use advanced purchasing agreement. Basically, we decided to invest on number of promising products, public money, EU money, then member states, of course, you know, money later to pull them together and buy innovations of the future.
Vous ne répondez pas tout à fait à la question.
You are not answering my question of this requirement of buying things together.
The question was where evaluation is coming and when. And this is my point, rather, of, I don't like to disappoint, but we're confronted with three factors: speed of the decision, because everybody wanted to get treatment or new tests. We should not forget, we develop, or industry developed, many new tests for COVID. You know, this also in the beginning of crisis, we didn't have, you know, COVID tests, and, you know, was many developments. So speed was the issue, and to get evaluation. The second was the data, and on the data, I would like to really also challenge here, because, you know, we often use, you know, when we discuss COVID, when you read whatever literature, you start for Israel, then you put UK data on clinical trials, and then you go to US, and then maybe some European member states. So what we learned also was very difficult to coordinate clinical trials in Europe. This is why in the package of EMA reform, new mandate, we propose this additional possibility to coordinate clinical trials. And I will finish with because you continue to ask question about do we evaluate? I think the other example will be the digital solutions, which we discussed in the panel before. This is also the questions, you know, do we have tools to evaluate, you know, what's happened in the digital world around COVID? And this is again the next challenge. And again, you know, we see the number of as was mentioned also by patients in many areas. You know, patients got access to the cardiologist or even to GP, but what was the quality of this exercise? I often heard from patients, I accept the digital solution under conditions the quality is at least mutual to the quality of the physical meetings or consultation.
Thank you. Let's hear from the head of an agency, the Belgian one, and also what EMA has to say. Now, what is your vision of the capacity to maintain assessment, even in a situation of emergency? Oh, this gentleman doesn't have a mic. Oh, yes, it's working now. First of all, I would like to thank Madam Chair for inviting me and for allowing me to express my thoughts. And I would like to congratulate you on the content of this conference. It's been very well prepared, obviously, and I would like to congratulate you because every time you have such a meeting, you invite patients around the table, and I really appreciate that, and I would like to switch to English.
And this is, I'm going to try to get to the crisis thing. I don't think the crisis is over. I hope the COVID crisis is over, but if you are an individual patient and you are confronted with a life-threatening disease or with an orphan disease, or your child is confronted with an orphan disease, then you're in a crisis situation too. And then if there is a new drug that is coming, or a possible solution of an opportunity, you're going to want speed and access immediately also. So the situation, I think, in the future is not going to be that different from this. It's not going to be that massive, but not that different from the, we will need very quick value assessments. There, I am afraid I do not completely agree with Mr. Alexander Natz. We did well with the very fast and with the rolling reviews for the very fast marketing authorization, so the value assessment. And it showed its value afterwards. Maybe we got lucky here and there too. And you do know that a few of our ministers sat together and explicitly expressed their willingness or their wish to have for any kind of purchasement of a drug, that somebody should have a look at the real value of it. So do some kind of health technology assessment. I think that the answer in the parallel thing has been given by a few people this morning. We've heard that the UNETA 21 and the future or the present HTA regulation is going to be it's a huge machinery. It's political machinery, logistical machinery. It's also a scientific machinery, a very complicated scientific machinery, but it serves a purpose, and the purpose, it's not an academic exercise. It's very scientific exercise, and we've heard that in the last session. It's very scientific, but it's not an academic exercise. It's not. We do not do HTA for the sake of HTA. We do HTA to make better decisions in treating our patients, setting up guidelines, but also trying to decide on what to buy and what not to buy, and what to pay for what we want to buy, actually. And it's a huge exercise, and it's not UNETA 21, UNETA as it was, UNETA 21, and the HTA model that is now on the table is not designed for very quick, rapid assessments. Maybe, and that was Valérie Paris, I think, this morning, who explained that we're not there yet. We're really far, but we haven't developed everything yet. But there are still possibilities, and the regulation gives room for these possibilities. It still allows, explicitly allows, the possibility of local punctual collaborations where it's needed. We can test out in local collaborations like the Valletta group, like the Visegrad group, like Finosa, like the Benelux. We can test out new models, fast models for collaboration where we could test out or be a sandbox for future development within HTA, because quality is the thing that we need. I heard a few times today, I'm sorry, I'm not really responding to your question. I heard a few times today that we want high quality HTAs. We do not want high quality, we want the best quality HTAs, because there's nobody else who's going to do it in Europe. We have the responsibility, I think, we will be held accountable by our patients to deliver the best possible quality, not just high quality. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Aux patients et aux citoyens.
Well, the patients and the citizens as well. Well, of course, in the short run, policymakers responded unanimously to the demand, and if one day we think it was a major investment for not much, then the citizens will ask you to be accountable. Well, thank you very much for underlying this. That is, there's this type of tension between what's political. Everybody has their own requests, the policymakers, because citizens put pressure on their shoulders. And due to COVID, you've had to invent, but yet you've not managed to hit the objective. Now, 𝗙𝗂𝗿𝗲, sorry for this, my pronunciation. So the role of the EMA when there's an urgency, what would you say about this, given the lessons you've derived from the pandemic?
Thank you so much. Thanks to HAS for inviting me to join this important conference here from Amsterdam. I hope you can hear me well. It's really a pleasure to be here in the true spirit of strength through solidarity and unity. And it's with this mindset also that we're looking at the cooperation between regulators and HTA partners. Allow me to go one step in the direction of our cooperation so far before addressing specifically the question you posed on the pandemic, because there have been many references throughout the day today, and I found these very exciting talks already. We're always talking about this decision-making chain that ultimately leads to access of medicines for patients. And regulators and HTA bodies are looking at evidence from very specific perspectives within their remits. And with a regulatory focus on whether the benefits outweigh the risks associated with the medicine, then the HTAs contextualize the effects compared to other technologies. And key in all of this is really bringing together the various resources and expertise from the member states. This is really what we have in common. Now, over the past decade, EMA and UNECTA have established a strong partnership of our two constituencies based on constructive and fruitful collaboration. And Marcus Gradian earlier today referred to the laboratory of UNECTA. And that was equally the place where jointly we did learn and explore how EMA and UNECTA, how EMA regulators and HTA bodies can facilitate collaboration between our constituencies. It's about optimizing the path from development, evaluation, through to access. That's the foundation of our work. And prospective planning of evidence, engagement and methodologies, as well as mutual understanding of decision-making are paramount in this context, where we focus really on the clinical benefit, or can I say the clinical value in the interest of our ultimate stakeholder, the patient. Now, EMA's commitment in this space is clear. Our regulatory science strategy to 2025 highlights our aim to contribute to HTA's preparedness and downstream decision-making for innovative medicine. And equally, the availability and accessibility of medicines features strongly in the strategy EMA has published together with the heads of medicines agency. We want to further strengthen the framework that allows developers to discuss their evidence plan across decision makers for their initial launch, for post-licensing evidence, and also for qualification of methodologies. Joint work, and we heard it this morning, under the HTA regulation will be focusing on the clinical evidence, and this is therefore also the focus of our cooperation. And whilst we may have experience in the joint work during the project phase, we have also seen the importance of having a sustainable network as a partner. Now, all this being said, this cooperation is of course also equally relevant in a public health crisis. Preparedness starts from understanding what is coming into healthcare systems. This also to identify resources and expertise needs. Secondly, once decisions are being made, it is necessary to mutually understand the perspectives as basis for such decisions. And this also enhances predictability. And thirdly, when we need to see how future evidence such as real-world data can support future updates and reviews, we need to collaborate here in the spirit also of efficiency. So these three areas are really the ones where we would like to focus on. And during the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have tried on a project basis to update each other on past fast-paced developments in the pipeline, also on the review of evidence. But again, here we need a stronger basis, and we referred earlier today already on the extended mandate, which puts some of the structures and processes established by EMA during the COVID-19 pandemic on a more permanent footing, such as the emergency task force. Now, in this context, we should, of course, note the different responsibilities also at national level, in particular when it comes to the vaccines. Here, increasing collaboration, for example, between EMA, ECDC, and NITEX should help with further convergence of decisions on medicines authorization with those on public health to the extent possible in the European context. And another area of interest is the need for coordination, supporting member states' activities in preventing and mitigating supply disruptions of critical medicines. To all of this, EMA is organizing in April a workshop to inform stakeholders on the extended mandate and explain the plans, timelines, and listen to stakeholders' view. Now, coming to a close, really to say to your question how this cooperation can facilitate timely European HTA, there are multiple avenues to take, and EMA and UNETA 21 have been invited by the European Commission to develop a joint work plan based on previously identified list of priority areas for cooperation. The overall aim is always to support through this technical work the implementation of the legislation. At the same time, this work is also helpful to work together on key scientific issues that we face today. A key principle is in here the need to reflect a life cycle approach to evidence planning, generation, and review. We need to work with a broad range of decision makers and across public health bodies, not in silos, and the HTA network under the regulation is an important partner for EMA. Thank you.
Well, this is a bridgeway between the cold period and the emergency period. Quite smart to have done that. Now, back to the lessons we can derive from the pandemic so as to improve things, to enforce the HTA 2025 regulation. And what if there's a new crisis tomorrow? Well, there are several aspects too, probably. And Mr. Natz, you've probably seen that sometimes we're saying that the industrialists are reluctant. They don't want to share all of their data. They don't want to publish their data. Professor Naudet was talking about this from Rennes. So let's talk about data sharing, and more particularly the RWE data. You were talking about the quality of the initial source. Mr. Ries was saying the best are from Israel, and then the UK, the NHS, and then to some extent the United States, and unfortunately Europe comes after that. So what are the lessons we can draw from COVID? How can we improve so as to better enforce the 2025 regulation? We'll start with the industrialists.
One question, and I think there are two questions involved in.
Yeah, sure.
You said the one question is about transparency, data transparency, and the other is how can we get quicker? When I was talking about the pandemic, I'm not saying everything was perfect.
Les données en vie réelle.
Sorry?
Yes, RWE we were talking. RWE data.
Real world data, yeah. No. On transparency, to start off with this one, I think something like 8-10 years ago, we had a clear a policy from EMA that we have clinical trial data transparency. And any product which is centrally authorized, you get access to, by way of the website of EMA, to that data, to the data which is not commercially confidential or personal data. And when you look at these data sets, I mean, the majority of the data is in the public domain. You can't retrieve that data. It's not just the scientists. The scientists even get more, is my understanding, get more access to the data. But as a patient, I get access to the vast majority of the data. So that's number one. I also find when it comes to other parts of transparency, I'm not saying everything's perfect here, but I think we're not lacking behind when it comes to other parts of the world. For example, when it comes to the contracts for the vaccines purchasing, we have been very transparent. The Commission has been very transparent. Even after a couple of days or weeks, we've put those contracts in the public domain. So I must say that, yes, we need to be very transparent about, also we need to have a good code of conduct for the HTA interactions, no doubt about it. It's very important from the industry perspective. We have heard about it. But I must also say that we're not lacking behind when it comes to clinical trial data transparency and other transparency quality codes in Europe. So I think that's number one. The second question was more a bit, how can we get quicker? And I think here, real-world evidence, real-world data, whatever you want to call it, plays a critical role. It's not only in rare diseases. When a product comes to the market, we don't know it very well. So the vaccines, we don't know everything about that product. We have a very robust agency with EMA in Amsterdam, and there is clearly a positive risk-benefit ratio of that product when it's released to the market, but we don't know everything about it. And I think that's a matter of fact. We all know that, and hence we need to work with real-world evidence to really make sure that we know better what's the best, to be concrete, the best vaccine for what type of patients. And also, even in the vaccines, we've seen that actually two products remain on the market being most frequently used. We didn't know that in the beginning. We had more. So we learn over the lifespan of a product, and this is not just in regulatory. We should use that element of real-world evidence much more in pricing and reimbursement and HTA decisions afterwards.
What about you? What would you say? Do you agree with what Mr. Natz has said on RWE and transparency for the industrialists? What would you say for the patients?
Or on robustness of evidence, therefore real-world evidence, and it will be key. To us, the need is to really find a good compromise between accuracy of evidence and this sense of urgency. I would like to stress this. The sense of urgency shouldn't justify bypassing relevant steps that are, that are considered under HTA. So to me, the way forward would be really to learn the lessons from the pandemics and move forward, embedding in HTA those aspects can help us build better evidence for the future. Right. So the solution is not to simply forgetting about HTA and get on the market the most efficient or the most valuable treatments. We need to move forward, having in mind that HTA is there to support healthcare systems, and that's, I think, valuable, and it's also there to support public trust. Because it's true that we got new vaccines on the market very quickly, but we have to also recognize that there was not widespread public trust. And that's also something that needs to be addressed in the future.
Would you share the same view?
I think I completely agree with you. That way, and look at the vaccines, for instance, and look at the new COVID medications that we have today. There's a lot that we do not know yet. There's a lot that we know, but a lot that we do not know yet. And I do agree that we can learn a lot from the COVID and from the way that the marketing authorization, the rolling reviews, probably we need rolling HTAs too, or rolling reviews too. I do not know if well, that's a lot that I didn't know. I didn't know that contracts for the vaccines were public that fast. I do not know if real-world data and real-world evidence is really a good thing to replace, if that can ever replace solid clinical studies, and then the health technology assessment that you do with solid clinical studies. I tend to agree with the need for robustness and standard operating procedure, good assessing procedures, rather than real-world evidence on long term. But there's a lot to learn from the COVID crisis.
So what do we need to improve, Mr. Ries? you will stay with us when we conclude. You'll be able to pick on what you have just said and how you analyze the situation. But I'd like to ask you, perhaps, to conclude this panel discussion. What are the key points that we need to work on and improve, Mr. Ries?
There is always the question of how we challenge, the crisis into the productive solutions. I think my feeling is that we do challenge this crisis to the good of our work, both in the way we are assessing products, we are controlling product on the market. We should not also forget, it's true that there were other jurisdictions with the better data and way of analyzing them. But for example, in the pharmacovigilance part, we did excellent job. We championed, the first questions around the rare problems in the vaccination field, and I think this is also a way a little bit to your point, that we build trust finally because we have been transparent to go ahead in every moment of any complications coming from the vaccination. So I don't refer to any specific countries, but we have really good pharmacovigilance reports and so on. So I think I'll be positive here. And the one more positive message, I think the lessons learned that we can cooperate, and the last lesson is that, and something for the future, we have to be prepared with the instruments to go ahead when the crisis comes, because I think it must be something, I don't have various idea how this should be done, but I think in the HTA community also we have to think about the preparedness and methodology to be used in the crisis situation like the one we are going through, hopefully finish soon, but who knows.
Well, now we've received two questions. It's a bit late, given that we are running a bit late as well. Two questions online. Let me read them out. I don't want us to get started again from scratch. Question number one. It's about the line to draw between policymakers, the fact that we need to be swift and respond to COVID, and also other requests such as financing, funding, and access to drugs. We've seen a lot of resources earmarked for technological development. Is it not done to the detriment of available resources in existing health systems? Prevention, for instance. This is, I think, what you were saying as well. Second question. Do we need a trade-off between innovation and maintaining the existing health systems? That is, keep what is safe and well assessed. I think you've partly answered the question, but you see, this was really at the heart of our debate. I don't want to start the discussion again and the conversation again, but I wanted to read out these two questions because they really mirror the points that you've raised. Now, I think we can put our hands together to thank all of our panel speakers.
Many thanks to all of you, and then we'll move on to our conclusion discussions.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, this is almost the end of this HAS Symposium on HTA. Mr. Ries Santos Silva, I'm sorry, I should have told you that you were going to stay with us. Mr. Hui Santos Ivo, please stay with us. I want to thank all the other speakers. We talked about the main principles that will lead to the implementation of this European regulation by 2025. That was session 1. Then we talked about the method with a very rich discussion, and also emergency. And basically all the points that you're using to perform your assessments. Of course, we have Dominique Le Guludec with us. I'd like to also say hi to Agneta Karlsson, who's the Director-General of TLV, which is the HTA agency in Sweden. And you are also the co-chair of HAG. Thank you very much for being here. And we also have Rui Santos Ivo, who's the President of Infarmed and Chair of HAG. Now, first of all, a few words of introduction, maybe, Madame Le Guludec. Yes, thank you. I'm very pleased that we had such fruitful discussions And I really think we are building important steps here together. I think we understand how this regulation really sets a new step. It's one step further towards access to health products throughout Europe in a timely manner. I think we also understand that it's not that easy, actually, but in particular we have a certain number of challenges to face which will impact everybody. They will impact the patients, healthcare professionals, pharmaceutical industry, and the health agencies that we represent. Now, if we're looking at the agencies, we still have a lot of challenges to face, to overcome. Should we be optimistic? What's awaiting us for the few years to come? Well, the three of us are heads of agencies in European countries who will take the presidency of the European Council, or who are currently in the presidency, or who have occupied the presidency. So we are very much involved. We know that, of course, HTA is paramount, and we are also members of the HAG, the Health Agency Group, in which we have about 20 European agency heads, and the main purpose of that is to ensure and to foster collaboration between all the agencies. So what we want to do is to make sure that all this work continues smoothly, and we're very pleased to be here and to do that together. Okay, so the first question, Madame Carlsson, goes to you. What do you want to remember from this day? Because you've been here since this morning, you've seen a lot of ideas come up, a certain number of ideas that have just been mentioned by Madame Le Guludec. What is your take-home message?
I would like to echo many of the people that have been talking today. That thank you so much, Madam President, for arranging this conference. It has really been interesting, and for me as a newcomer in this setting, I've just been in my office for 2 years, so only during the pandemic actually. So it's been very interesting and very useful, I think, for the future. And as many has said today, we are really at a crossroad when it comes to the development for HTA. But I also have to say that we are in a crossroad when it comes to the situation in Europe as a whole. It is hard to not mention that. And like when the war in Syria started and we had all the immigrants coming to Europe, I think now today I can really be a proud European and see how we have together tackled this crisis and also the pandemic crisis. So I think that is a very good experience, and I think that is also something that relates to our cooperation within the HTA and our agencies. So, but coming back to the subject, I think. Well, I say we, even if I haven't been really a part of the work for many years, but I think the EU NETA and the long-going work has laid a foundation to foster introduction of new medicine that will benefit European patients, as you were talking about in the earlier discussion. And because no matter how fast the regulatory processes are, if we don't have the documentation and assessment of that for HTA, and for some of us pricing and reimbursement decisions, the products will still not reach the patients. And as several said in the last panel, we don't want to pay for everything, and we can't pay for everything either. But it's also my understanding that this long-standing work within the EU NETA is the main reason why we are here and that we now have this HTA regulation put in place. The work has shown the importance of a stronger cooperation. And also within the EU-NETA cooperation, we or you have developed a trustful cooperation among our agencies, and we have now together created a systematic way of working with assessments and also joint scientific consultations. So now we have various tools and processes in place, and that makes a good platform for the work ahead. And I also think that the work has been very productive, concrete, and also we are very much prepared for the future, even if there are quite some challenges left, of course. And that.
Merci. Quelques mots peut-être sur la
Thank you.
méthodologie.
Just a few words maybe about the method, because we've seen that it was complicated, but there are tensions, there are contradictions, and you nevertheless need to move forward. So there's the work of UNETA 21, etc.
Je crois que le maître mot, c'est la confiance.
Well, I think the key word here is trust. If we all want to produce and to use these joint assessments, we need to trust them. We need to be able to trust the assessments. And this is really based on methods and processes that have to be clear, transparent, and designed together by all. I think that this is really paramount. You know that it's very a health product assessment has a structure, you know, which is done for the best interest of patients, because we really want to give patients the best. And I really liked the word of a Belgian colleague. He said, we don't need a high level of quality, we need the best level of quality when it comes to scientific expertise. Of course, this is based on evidence-based medicine, because we need to have good quality scientific data. It means that we need to preserve and to promote that level of requirement that we want to preserve. And also, we are going to need to adapt swiftly, because there are emergency situations. It's not just a crisis. As the Belgian colleague said, emergency for all patients. All patients, you know, who are facing a prognosis which is not good, which is not the one that they would like to have, and who could benefit from innovation. And it's a very complex context, because the data comes in, it's not exactly the data that you expected, it's not exactly comparable, it's not quite mature. You are in a complex situation, and still we have to take all this data into account. We have to use real-world data in order to be as reactive as possible. So, as you say, you see that there is a lot of tension there. And those two things sometimes are in contradiction with one another. And in order to handle the contradiction, well, we need joint methods, which are based on a consensus and which are robust with the best possible standards. Because if we don't have that, what's going to happen? Well, we would have a joint assessment, but we would not use them at national level for reimbursement. And that would be a catastrophe. It would be a disaster. We can't afford to do that because we're doing all that work. And so it would be totally counterproductive if we could not use them at national level. It would totally defeat the purpose. So we need to trust one another so that we have the data and so that we can use it at national level. I'm pretty optimistic because we have already worked a lot. We have been very much involved in the design of this European assessment. We have set up guidelines. We have started pilots. We have set up coordination bodies, like, for example, UNETA 21's CS-CQ. We also have set up a well-structured relationship with EMA. We have implemented the principle of patients' involvements and hearings, the involvement of experts, especially clinicians. We also have common rules to manage conflicts of interest, for example. I think that this is very important. And I do think that we are nearing the objective here. All right, okay, but you did not have the opportunity to conclude what you were saying before, so you might want to get back to this now, Mr. Santos-Ivo. This crisis did not allow you to demonstrate all the benefits of that because it fragilized the rules. What do you think could be the lessons drawn from that crisis? Because we want to maintain the benefits of a more conventional assessment.
Perhaps let me first underline one thing, which is the degree of cooperation that we have achieved. And this is really remarkable. And I think that today this conference, and I have already said this to Dominique, has shown very, very much the commitment that we are expressing all together in this moment. So this is something that we have. Also, the crisis situation has reinforced. It's always something that perhaps comes off crisis is the positive aspects, and certainly this has happened in Europe. We became closer. Dominique was referring to trust, to la confidence, and this was reinforced by the need to respond quicker, the need to respond to unexpected situations, the need to be able to help our citizens in an equitable way. So I think this is something that is here, that we are committed to build from there, and I'm sure that we will do so. In this way, I'm also optimistic, as you said, but I know that this is very difficult. It's not easy. What I'm saying on the crisis, what I wanted to. For me, we should not oversimplify, because sometimes we may tend to simplify things too much, and this is not positive. I think we have to face the situation and to adapt the rules. We have seen some good lessons at the level of the regulatory side, this rolling review. Maybe we haven't not evolved as much as we could. So we should see exactly, and we can do it. What we need to, as Dominique was also saying, that to respond to the other crises, because they will continue to happen. So to prepare for this, and having in mind, and this I think is very important, because I think I didn't mention the word, but the end point of our work is to ensure the best access. It's the best quality, but also the best access to our patients, because we are not only giving access to this product, we are giving to this one, but then to the next one and to the next one that is useful, that is bringing benefit to them. So we have to find this balance. So the crisis for me is a good also opportunity for us. And I'm sure that now that we are also willing to work all together, in also having the heads of the agencies closer to this phase where we have to implement the HTA regulation with the Commission, with the EMA, I'm quite confident that, but again, with the underlining that this will be very. Will require a lot of effort from us, and in terms of resources, this will be a very difficult challenge for us. But I'm very pleased to see this commitment from all of us.
Peut-être un dernier petit exercice.
So maybe one last quick exercise. I mean, we don't want to be exhaustive, of course, because it's not possible, but you are three heads of agency here. So can you give me the two or three key take-home messages from today that we want to take up for the future? For the future, the implementation of the regulation for 2025. Madam Carlson, let's start with you. What do you want to take home from today for the future?
Well, first, we have really received a lot together, and we are very united in this work, and also I think very motivated. But there are still a lot to do, as Rio said. There is really hard work now. For us as head of agencies, we have to cooperate on the European level, but we also have to discuss with our ministries and within our member states. And if we need to change legislation or regulations, we have to involve stakeholders and others, and to really work with this how to implement this new regulation in practice. But then the very important work we have to do is on our own agencies to really prepare our staff and see, do we have the right competence at the agency? How many do we need? Should we change our processes, and etc. And I just started that work, and also discussing with the ministry, because as I think on a European level we need more resources.
thank you, Madame Le Guludec. Before we get to the conclusion, 1 or 2 or 3 key ideas? Well, we have sizable challenges ahead of us. We need smart collaboration, the best level of scientific quality for assessments, consistent methods, working on time, independence, transparency, resources, and then, of course, we must be there in 2025. And we need to anticipate on the new or future virus. Yes, well, we know that during the next 3 years, we're going to have to carry out work at national level, as you said, and as usual, it's going to be just a key challenge. And also, the second challenge is that of innovation. We know now that some products are made available to patients with a level of certainty which is not what we are used to having. We have conditional opinions from EMA, and so the purpose is to obtain all the data that is necessary for finalizing, completing our assessments in order to demonstrate the added value, if possible, before the products are put on the market, but if not, it can be after. But it has to be done very, very quickly, and it means that we need to work together at the level of Europe, and we need to also anticipate better at national level. Mr. Santos Ivo,
maybe
what do you remember from this?
It cannot be much different from what Agnès and Dominique has said. But clearly, I retain that the answer is based on the cooperation and on working together. This is clearly a message that I think is of course involving also all the stakeholders, not only the agencies. Also, I retain that we are very conscious of keeping the high level of the work that we want to do. So we are not considering that we can. This is something that we cannot deviate from this high level, so the best quality. I will not put more adjectives, but this is also something that is very clear. Of course, it makes the challenge higher. And then I also would like to, because even yesterday evening we were talking about this, Agnès, about how do we prepare at national level? And this is something also that I think is a message that we have to bring, that we really need to prepare also at national level. We have to be able to convey the message to our governments, to our ministers, that the system has, let's say, the 2 pillars, the European one and the national one. And as Dominique said, I mean, if we commit to do the work together at European level, this is for our benefit. So we have to be very conscious of that, and then we need to have our structures adapted, organized. So this is the third element, and the last one is again my énorme félicitations pour HAS.
I'd like to congratulate HAS on this conference because it was really remarkable, very high level, and I don't remember the word in French, but it's a big push forward, and I want to wish you all the best for the future. Well, we are going to reach the conclusion in a minute, and I want to thank you all. I want to thank all the people who were with us and who sent their questions or comments. I want to thank the Cité des Sciences et de l'Industrie. I want to thank the interpreters too, who enabled us to understand one another. Thank you. And now over to you, Madame Le Guludec, for the conclusion of this symposium on Together for HTA.
Well, thank you, Agnès and Rui, for this final discussion, and you, Thierry, as well, for being a facilitator. It's not always easy. I'd like to thank all the speakers and who managed to keep an eye on the clock. That's true. And all those who followed us online. More than 1,200. That was the peak during the morning session. I don't know about the afternoon. But it really shows that all the stakeholders are interested, and that there are many challenges ahead, that the expectations are high, people express their concerns, and in a nutshell, I'd like to use 2 symbolic words. First, we all have our own essential values. What is important is European public health. We have all values that are very strong, that is clinical benefits of all health technologies and products, for the interest of the patients and guaranteeing independency, transparency, and scientific rigor. It seems very simple, but that's very important. That's what connects us. Tomorrow, the HAS will be convening a meeting at a high level. We will produce a declaration which will detail these best practices for cooperation and assessment at a European level. And the second message is that we need to be efficient. We need to have efficiency in the system during the crisis and when there's no crisis. That means we'll have to share the best practices that will stem from this regulation. I trust that we've done a jolly good job, that we're going to continue, that we have learnt how to produce together within the framework of UNETA, and we're going to continue with UNETA 21. And it's because we all pursue the same objectives, that we are strong-willed, that we will contribute to the health of all of our European citizens. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to thank all of the HAS teams, and more particularly all those who've prepared this symposium. I can tell you that they've really put in a lot of work. Thank you very much.